Hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. What's up, y'all? I hope somebody is ready to have a great day at work today, yo. Before we get into anything, let's get our favorite on here. Y'all know it's only one way to start the day, yo.
Good
It's only one day. Simone!
Good morning, Miss Joni. Good morning.
Good morning, Miss Simone. Yo, Miss Simone, you knew it was coming.
Miss
You knew it
Joni.
was. Hey, Miss Simone.
It just we can't even say good morning before we put
Simone.
the hands up. We trying to start our day off right.
And I hope somebody's ready to have an amazing day, y'all. I'm ready.
Are you doing like the okay sign? Like, oh,
This ain't no okay.
okay.
This ain't no. You know what? Let me give you the baby bird. Let me give you the.
Is that the new Heart Smile?
No. We got 3 more good mornings. I got 3 more good mornings for you, Miss Simone. That's it, yo.
It's really
3 more good mornings, yo.
I just
Uno, dos, tres.
got you for now. The Spanish for us. I thought you were gonna hit that uno, dos, tres. Y'all know that song? I was like, oh,
Yo, yes. Elder got a freestyle to that one, yo. We gonna do that one. Yeah.
we need to do that because I'm through. And this is why we don't need to go. We have too much content. And
we gotta go. Miss Simone, I'm completely stressed out. We gotta go.
Are you sure? What is stressing you?
Yo, how is it that anybody with presidential aspirations don't got presidential work ethic?
Oh my Lord, I was not ready for that.
Yo, did you just get one of my headaches?
I don't even have an inhaler today. All I can do is sip my coffee. Miss Joni, what?
Miss Simone, it's the most frustrating thing ever, yo, to watch people that you love and people that you care about literally waste their days over nothing. Like, yo, y'all ain't no Simone Biles. I don't care how your ankle feel. You better get up out that bed. Yo.
Tell me what is going on. Let me not say who. Please don't say, please don't. But I cannot believe the people have you turned up like this morning.
Miss Simone,
I know.
Your goals, yo, whatever goals that you have, your work ethic has to match that, or all you doing is lying to yourself and lying to the people around you and wasting time of the people that believe in you. Like, that's all you like, yo. If you need to lower yourself down to something, go ahead and do that. But don't keep sitting up here talking about you gonna do this and you gonna do that. You got all these presidential dreams, yo, but then your work ethic is on Amazon throwing boxes on my porch.
Oh, my chest. You know this hits near and dear to my heart. I have a lot to say, so I'm trying to keep it together.
Miss Simone, we got 3 more days. You better let it out, baby. Because if you don't, you just going to live with it.
I just have lots of fear because I was just, because I was watching your Jewel this morning. I was like, oh, Lord. I was like, I feel like.
Too many of them. They running rampant at this point.
It's the 18 and it just really breaks my heart because y'all, time is not on your side. It's not.
Time is against you.
Time is always, every day we're one day stepping closer to our future. You don't get to rewind. You don't get to, so you have to make each and every day count. And it just breaks my heart because I'm like, y'all can do this. Like, I was even thinking about yesterday when I was like, get some people. There are some people who still have never gotten up here. We should not be seeing the same faces. And it reminds me of regular society. Like, it starts with Success Session, but this is the same society. You wonder why the same people, there's only the top 1%, 2%, because their opportunities and success are there, but only a few people want it. And it just breaks my heart because I'm like, y'all can have it. Y'all can do it. It doesn't have to just be 2-3%. It could be 50%. It could be all of us. But what are you doing? You're just sitting there watching life pass you by, watching success pass you by. I don't know what I don't understand.
Miss Simone. And then they be the same ones in the break room crying about how they hate their job, they hate their life, stuff ain't fair, all this and all that. But like, baby, you got yourself in that position. You worked yourself in that position. It's some stuff, yo, that's just completely out of your control, yo. You just cannot control.
Right.
But once you get to a point where you recognize what it is and you commit that you want more for yourself, you gotta put the work behind it, yo. And we got too many of them that's just not doing the work, yo, when they could be. And you literally have no excuse.
Literally no excuse. And y'all, we won't get up here and act like it is easy, but that's what makes it worth it. What is the point if it's just going to be easy and everyone gets some? Like, what? No, you have to push through those hard times, because that's when you find your resilience. That's when you find your gifts. That's when you find out who's for you and who's against you. It's in those times when you see challenges, you need to be like, you know what? Thank you. Thank you. Because that's what I be here for. What if the world didn't have any challenges, then what are we doing? Just sitting here looking at each other? You are here to be a problem solver. Challenges should motivate you. They should make you see like, oh my gosh, this is my opportunity to get better. This is my opportunity to level up. This is my opportunity to dig and really see what the heck I'm doing with every 24 hours that I'm just stuck here on this earth.
Yes.
So just y'all.
They don't get it, Miss Simone. They do not get it. And I so appreciate what you're saying about these challenges, because people don't understand. It's like, yo, new level, new devil. That is so true. And just like playing a video game, y'all advance to them little levels and the crap get harder. Same thing in real life, yo. As you coming up, it's only going to get harder. Nothing is going to get easy. But the thing is, yo, you get stronger on the inside. You get more equipped to deal with those hard challenges. But if you keeping yourself out the ring and you're not even fighting the little challenges, when the big ones come, you're going to be overwhelmed. You're going to drown. And it's like, yo, I just hate to be on the boat watching people drowning, yo, because I'm like, dang, yo, you literally had a lifeline right there. You knew you couldn't swim. You knew you couldn't swim, yo. You literally had the life raft right there. And instead of you getting on it, yo, and pulling yourself to the ship, yo, you rather just look. But it's like, yo, the ship sailing further and further and further and further away from some of these people, yo. And that's the, you know, they're just going to be a distant memory. But I say, you know what? After this week, I'm not stressing myself out about none of it, yo. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. The new people that we get, in terms of like youth works and some of the people that's getting turned on the heart smile, I'm putting my energy in them, yo, because when I say they the future, they are the future, yo. And if I end up being wrong, then so what? At least I know I'm investing my time and energy in somebody that's actually showing up and not people that's just, they rather lay in the bed all day.
Oh Lord, Miss Joni, you know we can do this.
We can do this all day, Miss Simone.
I'm like, I just have, geez. Because
and we shouldn't have to.
We should not, y'all. And I'm like, okay, I just think our ancestors went through slavery. They didn't have a choice. You think they lay in the bed all day, whipped, lashed, chased, hounded by dogs? Like, that was not that. Like, there are people who still are alive today that saw white only signs and black only signs. You understand that? Like, my grandma is still alive, thank you Jesus, and would tell me stories. Like, we don't have time to be asleep. And I know there are days like this, like, yes, Simone, but mental health is very real in the Black community. All the stress that is on us, it seems like, when will we ever get a break? It's always something. But y'all, that is our resilience. And that is why when you know better, you do better. That's why we talk about having boundaries, setting your time to protect yourself. You don't have to be on all the time, but when it's time for you to be on, you better be on, okay? If you need someone to talk to, we have Healing Youth Ambassador, like Haya is there. We have people, we're trying our best. So you don't have to do this alone. We're not saying it's perfect or it's going to be easy, but there's no excuse. You are standing on the shoulders of giants, and you need to be the giant for someone else to stand on. And now I'm really going to be quiet.
Come on now, Miss Simone.
Okay.
And yo, speaking of Haya about to be recruiting.
Come through.
Yo, September the 20th, I think, is like the information session.
What?
No. That's the trial presentations. If you make it past like the info session and you have a nice interview, then you get invited to do a trial presentation.
Yes.
But September 13th, yo.
Y'all are going these
Monday, yo. And she asking me who can I recommend. That list is very short.
Unfortunately.
That list is very, very short.
Unfortunately. And it's needed. It's needed.
Right?
So hopefully some people are out here trying to step up, trying to do something, trying to be something, because it's too much. It's too much. And Deja, we're praying for you, baby. We see you, and reach out to us, okay, if you need stuff. But we're here. We're a family. So, all right, Miss Joni.
She ain't even know what she gotta do, yo.
Oh, okay.
You know what she
Miss Joni, who's in the top spot?
yo.
Tana. All right.
Hey, yo.
Good morning,
Santana. Yo, it don't matter what I'm stressed about, yo. Saying good morning to Santana, that's like the highlight of my day, yo. I love to see a new young leader on the rise, yo. Good morning, Santana. Now, if Santana ever fall off, yo, I'm gonna flip my whole stuff over, yo.
Nah, she a strong one. Girl,
that's what we said about a lot of them.
But she not.
And
please don't make us a liar, please.
Santana, don't make us no liar, yo. Yo, go. Hold on, yo. Good morning, yo.
Woo! Breathe in that air, that top spot air.
Yes, breathe in that top spot air, Santana.
Yes, that first class air. Woo!
Yes, yo. You can't. I don't see how you can ever go back. Like, yo, once you get there and you waking up with a purpose every morning, yo, and you got direction in your life and you got goals and you moving, like, how can you ever go? Like, you just can't go back.
Yeah, it's too crisp up here. It feels good. It's like that. Yes. Good morning, baby. Good morning.
Say, Tana.
You know, every time everyone to jump up, and I'm like, Simone, sit down. Okay.
No, because she just come through.
I had to catch myself. Okay.
My girl said I got a 7 a.m. alarm just to be here, and don't even have to be here. That's the thing, yo.
It's too good. It just blesses my whole heart, because then it shows it's like what we're saying is not just talk. There is living, breathing proof that what happens when you want something, when you want better for yourself. Okay, Miss Joni. Okay.
Yo, you preaching, yo. You preaching, yo.
Oh, and I promised my guests I would shut up so that they can have a good amount of time. So I
all right.
Get my promises. I'm so sorry, y'all. Okay.
All right.
You ready?
You ready? Be ready. Who ready?
Frontline.
Good morning, Frontline.
Good morning. All right. Love y'all.
All right, see y'all. Bye-bye.
Young new leaders, good morning.
Y&L, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, see y'all. Bye.
You built for success.
YPS, good morning. How y'all feeling? All right, see y'all. Bye.
Okay.
Shut the door.
Better, brighter future.
Brighter future. Good morning, yo. Hey, yo, did you know they stole their name?
What do you mean?
Because YouthWorks got a session called Brighter Future, yo.
Oh, hell.
Brighter Future Friday, yo. They try to be slick, yo.
Oh, that's why I had to add the Better Brighter Future, because I'm like, y'all up here. I'm like, that sounds
Well, you know what? It might be called Bright Future Friday.
I am hollering. That sounds nice. We'll take that one. We'll take that one for 500. Thank you.
Yeah, yo, they gonna steal that name. But all right, see y'all.
Have a good day. Be blessed. Be blessed. Okay.
That's be blessed.
Okay, biggest lesson.
Biggest lesson, aka biggest blessing. Good morning, y'all. All right, see y'all. Take y'all blessing and get out of here.
And you know we got the chosen ones, Miss Joni. You know.
Yes, chosen generation. Good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling? All right, see y'all. Be choosy elsewhere. We gotta go. Gotta go.
From the crevices. Okay.
All the way. From the crevices of East Baltimore with crust still in the left eye, yo.
Digging out the crust.
Digging it, yo. Ghetto Goon Squad.
Good morning.
Good morning, y'all. All right, see y'all. Bye.
Miss Joni, stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Where my lights on, white?
You give them the side church. Okay, all right.
There you go. There you go.
Oh.
You give them the elbow buck, yo.
6 feet, 6 feet.
Yes, yo. Honor that.
Okay. Oh, good morning, everybody.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning, y'all. New Heartbeats. Good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling, y'all?
Yeah.
3 more days. OG Heartbeat, stand up. Good morning, y'all. How y'all feeling, y'all?
Good
3
morning.
more days, y'all. Heartbeat Mentors. What's up, y'all? Good morning. Good morning. 3 days.
Tony, not after every time. We were having
I got
good
them, so they
morning.
know, yo. They got 3 more days. We are literally on the brink of saying goodbye, yo.
This is ridiculous.
Literally.
Like, it's here. Oh, okay.
Yo, before I bring your guest on, yo, can I shout somebody out real quick, yo?
Absolutely, yeah.
I gotta shout out my man's Donovan, yo. Because it is not often that partners text me to say that somebody is doing a great job. I don't know what he doing with Miss Jane and them over at Urban Media Institute with USA Today, but whatever he's doing, she said that he's a bright light. He's amazing. Everybody adores him. They want to adopt him. And he's also opening up the door for other people because she said, do you have any more like Donovan? That is the highest. The compliment don't get no better when somebody wants to duplicate you. So like, when you going out in this world and you representing not just for yourself, but for Baltimore's youth, that's the bigger picture that I'll be talking about. And everybody else that came before Donovan should be ashamed of themselves because nobody ever asked me, do I have another one of them? Not ever. But
Dr. went in there and set it off. He said, hello, my name is Dr. McClain, future Dr. McClain. I'm here. And I'm not success. You better do it, Donovan.
Right.
You better do it.
Yo, speaking of Donovan, good morning, Donovan. Yo, shout out to you, yo. Shout out to you, and thank you so much for being a powerful representation and for going in there, like really flexing your leadership. That's more what we need, yo.
I'm so proud. I feel like you came out once you realized you're like, I can do this. You haven't let up this summer, and I can't wait to see you keep hitting on the gas pedal.
He got his foot on everybody next, and he just met Miss Jane and them, yo.
Period.
Through guest mentor session.
Donovan, you have any tips, any secrets for the people before we get started?
I would just say, if you're passionate about it, go do it.
Done.
Yo, I love it how he just be so quick and precise. He don't have a lot of words, but what he do say, get it done.
Get it done. Thank you for being Angela.
Yeah, everyone.
What's up? What's up, Kayla? Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you looking all fresh and dovish.
Good morning.
Good.
Yes.
morning.
Go to Western.
No,
Oh,
Oh,
go to Randallstown in the county.
I knew it. I knew it. We knew it was something prestigious. It wasn't no
Yeah.
Douglas, Reginald F. Dumbo, or nothing like that.
Miss Joni, don't do that.
Oh, my bad, my bad.
You do look wonderful this morning, Kayla. You and Donna.
Thank
good.
you.
This is a money team right here. So thank y'all for getting up, getting on the session.
Hi.
So y'all want to introduce yourselves? Just a quick one, and then we can tell everybody what we're talking about today.
Yes, I'll go first. Y'all know my name is Kayla. I'm 16. I'm about to turn 17. I'm in the 11th grade. I go to Randallstown High. I own my own business and I have a YouTube channel.
Okay, Kayla, what's your business?
My business it's I can put it in the chat, but I sell beauty products. I do handmade body scrubs, handmade lip glosses, headbands, bracelets, clothing items, etc.
Okay.
All right, how we get the vanilla scrub? You got for the hands and stuff?
I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Go ahead. You like the vanilla, Miss Joni?
I love the vanilla, yo.
Yeah. Vanilla and lavender. Those are my go-to.
Oh yeah, I like lavender too.
My
And
name in the chat is gonna be Kayla Mayfield.
okay, great. And Kayla, is this your first session?
Yes, it is.
What made you want to get on, and what have you learned from Heart Smile so far?
I've been wanting to get on. It's just I don't be never in the right spot, and I'll be just like, oh my gosh. But I was like, I have to get on because it's the last week. And Heart Smiles, it really it gets me excited. It's been encouraging me to get up early every day. It got me looking up quotes, reading different things. I'm just like a different person.
The glow up, y'all. We love to see it.
We really do. We're so happy you're here. All right, Donovan. We see you, but we still need give the people the introduction.
My name is Donovan. I'm 15, and I go to Poly. Yeah, that's basically it.
All right. Are you a part of any projects, Donovan? What you been doing this summer? What are some of your aspirations?
Some of my aspirations, I found journalism like really interesting, so I've been doing the UHMP project with Miss Jane and them.
Period. First of many to come.
Yes.
Oh, we love it. I'm proud of y'all. Thank y'all for getting up here. And y'all go ahead and y'all take over because we'll talk all day. But y'all set the stage and just take it away.
Okay, so today's topic is pressures that teenagers face coming from a boy's perspective, a girl's perspective, and a student perspective.
You want to start it off?
Okay, I'll start it off.
Start it off. I'll
Okay,
start
you
it
start.
off. Okay. So I just want to categorize. I cannot say this word. I think y'all know what I mean though. I wrote down some things like that I struggle with as a teenager and that I have a lot of pressure put on me for. So the first thing I wrote was siblings, school, working, and driving. Now my parents, they don't really they don't mind taking me places, but they want me to get out there and start driving. So that's pretty much that's not that much pressure on me, but it is pressure because I gotta do it by a certain age. And also I pressure my own self because I have so much that I want to do. So I pressure myself to do this and do that and get this done by this time. Like I want to be driving before 18, which I'm already on the way to that. And the other thing I was talking about was my siblings. Now I don't know. Some people have a lot of siblings. Some people don't. But like me, I'm the oldest out of all my siblings. and I have a lot of responsibility. I have to make sure that they're doing this and doing that, check their schoolwork, make sure they listening, showing manners, all this type of stuff, and that's a lot of pressure. And then the other thing I put was getting a job. When you're a teenager, you want to do this and do that and go out. And some parents, not everyone is in that situation where your parents can just give you money and do this and that. So you have to get a job, and finding a job is very hard. Like, I'm glad that I was placed at this job, because like before that I was trying to look for a job. I haven't found a job since. Like, now this about to be over, I have to go find another one. But I have to, it's really hard trying to find jobs sometimes. So that's pressure, and that's pretty much all I'm gonna say for now.
That was great, Kayla. Thank you for sharing that. Do y'all want to talk about Kayla's pressures first, or Donovan, you want to go and then we talk about them all together?
I think we can talk about Kayla's pressures first.
Okay, go ahead. What were your first reactions?
My first reaction to like the siblings one, I really understand that, because in my household, I am the oldest sibling. So like when my parents at work, I'm expected to make their food, make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do, like if they have summer camp, school, and stuff like that.
Ms. Joni, what about you?
I can definitely relate to that too, because that being the oldest sibling was like my boot camp to leadership. Like when I think about it back in the day, it was interesting to hear her talk about driving though, like because most people at that age, like they excited to get out there, and she's just like, oh, it's pressure. So that one was interesting to hear about.
Yes, I agree. The siblings hit me too. It seems like we're all the oldest siblings. So I'm like, come on, that's leaders. Oldest siblings really be the leaders, y'all. We really do. And it's like the biggest blessing, but also it's some heaviness and weight. But like Ms. Joni said, it really prepares you for the future. Because if you can take care of your younger siblings, be a role model for them, be an example, it's a lot. But don't be afraid to set boundaries with them too, as much as you can. You don't want to hurt. Sometimes it's hard because they're there, but I feel like younger kids these days, they're just so grown. They understand. So you don't have to sit your butt down. And you have to get together, because I'm trying to be great, and we all gonna be great together, and everybody can get a little responsibility around here. So that was my first thing, yeah. And then the jobs, it is hard getting a job as a young person. I really feel for y'all, because it's like you need money, you need to work. Your parents are like, oh, well, you don't want to always have to ask for something, but you like want to do stuff. And so it's like, I feel like it's a weird age where like you want to work, but society's like, you got to wait till you're 16 and you can't really get money. But this is the time where you want to be independent. Yeah. So this is why we tell y'all networking is so important, because I promise y'all, applications get old. Everybody's filling out applications. It's the people who put themselves in the places with the right people who network. You won't have to fill out another job application in your life. And if you do, it's because you already know the job is for you. You meet people that will know people, that will know people, that will know people, and you will not have to worry about a job ever. Especially if you do good at the job. You have to like do your best, and then they'll recommend you. Donovan, you want to go?
Yeah, I guess I can go now.
Okay.
So, like Kayla, I've written down some pressures I face. It's kind of from a different perspective, and since I already talked about the siblings one, I'm gonna cross that off. One, like getting a job. Like my mother, like keeps asking me if I want to work at this place, like fast food places, and I'm just like, no. So I'm so happy that I found Heart Smiles, because this is something I really want to do, and I really don't want to work in fast food. So another one I have is school. Like I'm really smart, so my mother holds me up to like high expectations, like expectations, I think. Like if I get a B, like she want me to do stuff, so I obviously do better and manage to get A's. But sometimes it is a lot of pressure, and I feel like, what if I fail and this happens and this happens? Another one I have isn't really pressure, but it's more of an expectation that people tend to have for like teenage boys about their masculinity, like how a teenage boy is supposed to act, carry himself and stuff, which I think is really weird because not everyone has the same sense of views and manhood. Um, the last pressure, well, no, the second to last pressure I have is like staying out of the mix. Like my parents really don't want me doing all this crazy stuff like smoking, drinking. I mean, I don't want to do that, but sometimes it is a lot of pressure when I do something they thought I would never do, but it don't be that bad. It don't be bad. Um, the last one is like Kayla said, money. Um, as a teenager, I want to do stuff like go out with friends, go to the mall, shop, but then I also have to worry about money. So that's why I'm happy that I have a job now, so I don't have to continuously drain my parents out for money and stuff. That's it.
These are great. Y'all better speak about. Okay, Kayla, what were your first reactions?
Well, I just want to say the money part, that's like one of my biggest things. Like, I do not want to ask anybody. Like, I hate asking my parents for money. Like, I just want to get it on my own and show them that I'm responsible and know how to manage my money. That's the biggest thing. And I've been doing pretty well with that so far. And yeah, that's pretty much. Oh, also I want to talk about like the peer pressure that's put on teens from other teenagers. It's not just your parents or just school or driving. Also, other teenagers, they might peer pressure you and want to do this and do that. That's not good. Just know what's good and what's not good.
Miss Johnny?
Well, what Donovan was saying kind of really struck me because my godson, Chicken Wing, he's extremely smart, right? So he's kind of like a straight A student. And yesterday when we went out with Cam, I bought him and his best friend. And like Cam had made a comment, right? And she was just all like, I thought that he would be like the super like straight up strict leader because he was just acting like a kid. Yeah. And like what Donovan said just kind of reminded me that you got to give kids space to be kids. So like even though I know I'm not going to let him be a broke bum, like I do give him plenty of space to try not to put that pressure on him to maintain those A's. So like if he do come home with a B plus, he be so hard on himself. Like before I can even say anything, he crying. So I just thought that was interesting that that Donovan was saying, you know, like he got all that pressure from his parents and he tried to keep it up. And you know, I just never want to be in anybody's life as an adult or parent figure putting that pressure on them. Like I want to give them plenty of space to be what they're supposed to be at that time in their life.
I was thinking the same thing because I'm like, how do I say this so y'all don't get comfortable? But I'm also like, y'all gotta enjoy. When I say you have your whole life to work, you have your whole life to stress. Please do not. It is coming. It's coming. You already probably experience it right now. So any times that you really can just enjoy. Because I was gonna say, I wanted to ask y'all, do y'all not like to ask your parents for money because you don't want them to be in your business with what you're doing with your money, or because you really want to manage it and be responsible? Because sometimes I know when I was young, I was just like, I don't need you in my business. I don't want you to, it's my money. I want to do it. But I'm like, sometimes, you know, if your parents are offering or able and willing, shut your mouth, take them, humble yourself so that you can just be a kid. So which one is it? Is it more about like the independence or you just don't want them in your business?
No.
Look at daughter.
It's the more independence, but like if they do offer me money, I do take it. But I really want to be more independent.
Yeah, it's the same for me. Like my mother always offered me money and stuff. And of course I take it. Like I'm gonna shut up and take that money. But I also want to be independent. Yeah.
Okay, good. I should have known. Y'all have your head on straight, so I know y'all
on it.
Okay.
Yo.
On it. And then it was so many okay, and then Kayla said the peer pressure on top of that, which I really wanted to say, because I'm like, y'all, peer pressure is real, but it's peers that you're around. You know, misery loves company. So when people aren't doing anything with their lives, when they don't have any direction or any like good things going on. To them, drinking, smoking, partying, doing bad stuff, that's fun to them. They think that's cool. And anything different than that, people get afraid of stuff that's different, unfortunately. So I just don't want y'all ever think you don't have to be peer pressured to do anything that you don't want to do. When you get that feeling inside of you, like, oh, I don't know if that's right, trust it. You will thank yourself later. You might be like looking like the outcast or whatever, but it's the outcasts that are the billionaires. So you just keep telling yourself that when you feel the peer pressure. So did y'all want to talk about pressure being students and like how are y'all feeling going into this school year?
Oh, well, first off, a lot of people might disagree with me with this. The vaccine, I was scared to get it, but I'm forced to get it to go back to school. I'm like in a magnet program and they want us to do so many different things. And in order for me to go into the hospital, I have to get the vaccine.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to get the vaccine. I have to get all these other different things just to go back to school. And then when I go in the magnet program, it's like they really don't play. Like your grades cannot be bad, or you can get kicked out. Or if you miss too many days of school, if you're too late, you can get kicked out. Like they really don't play. So that's also like some pressure on me. Like I gotta make sure I keep all my grades up. And let me tell you, last year it was so hard. Like math class, I thought I wasn't gonna make it. Like I get up every morning. I was going to coach class every single day, going to 2 different teachers. I had to go find a whole nother teacher that wasn't even my teacher. And I was just like, I cannot fail this class. And that was just a lot of pressure. And then they want to put me in calculus this year. I said, oh my gosh. But
You got it, Kayla. You got it, girl.
yeah, I was taking college classes too. I was never out of school. Like I had work on top of work on top of work. Then I had my business, and then I was slowly doing YouTube. I kind of moved off of that because that was just a lot. Then I had my siblings. Then I had my chores. Then I had this and this. I'm just like, oof.
Meanwhile, I just placed my order, Kayla.
Hey!
Thank you.
Meanwhile, I just placed my order. They said they're gonna get back to me in an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be nice. Miss Joy gonna be on vacation, putting on her vanilla body scrub, living her best life. Okay.
I sure am. I sure am. Hey, can I say something about what Kayla said real quick?
Yeah.
Because I don't understand why it's the young people that are already doing so much that feel like you're not doing enough. We got people right now that ain't doing a quarter of what you're doing, and they just so stressed out. They feel like they doing so much. Like, I know it might sound a little bit insensitive, but it's just like, I don't get that, and I don't understand that. And that's just a low level of thinking that I'm trying to force myself to have some patience for. But like, can somebody help me wrap my mind around that part? Because like, Kayla, you were doing it all. So like, please don't ever second guess that you need to be doing more. Like, I mean, I'm glad that you putting the heat on your own neck, but like I'm super proud of you already.
Thank you.
I think it's maybe some. Wait, is it echoing?
Not for me.
Oh, I think it's maybe some pressures from parents, like, because some families, like someone hasn't gone to college or something, so your parent wants you to be like a first generation. So I think we have a pressure to like be absolutely best.
Yes, I want to add to that. I definitely feel pressure from my parents because, like, I don't want to put all their business out there, but there's some wrong choices that my parents has made that's made me like, I can't do that. I gotta go the other way. So that's also something.
But did they tell you that, Kayla, or you just saw it?
I just seen it.
No, that's and that's why we be talking about mindset so much. Because I feel like once you get your mindset I want better. I'm gonna do better, and no one's stopping me. It's like it's just it's that shield, and I don't know how to. I know like families and like where you kind of grow up, it really does make it like it impacts you, right? But like there are resources out there now. There's things that you can do to really get your mind right. And it's those hardest situations. It's if those people can stop staying stuck in that situation and get out, they will really be the ones because it's like you already people doubted you, they counted you out. It took you more to get out of your situation and you made it. So now you're light years ahead of other people. So I don't know. I think it's just mindset. Y'all have that, you can tell y'all have that growth mindset. You want better for yourself.
Yes.
You could put it in a bottle.
Yo, could you imagine them leading our city and our school systems? Like, we wouldn't be graduating people, 60% of them can't read.
No.
No way.
Absolutely not. And being okay with that. Like, that's okay.
Right? La-di-da-di-da.
Not these two. Not these two. Well, how do you feel about going back to school?
Going back to school, I am going back to school like in person. And I don't know, I think I'm kind of about like catching COVID because like she like worried, like, but I think it's gonna be okay. But also I wanted to talk about like my last year, like my last school year experience coming into high school. I think I was like very pressured. Like a lot of students were very pressured by like schools to complete a lot of work because it seemed like a lot. Like we would stay up doing work like 11 something at night. I think schools have pressure on us to like do work all day in school and then come home, do homework, like until we go to sleep.
Kayla, did you want to say anything?
I gotta tell you, the homework, I'm telling you, there's nights when I was in college class, on top of my regular homework, I was doing homework like till 2 in the morning, 1 in the morning, 12. My mom, like at one point, she had to tell me to stop doing my work. She had to tell me to just leave it. But like I can't because like the college work, when you're in college, you have essays that are due a certain time. And if you don't, you get points taken off. And I was like, I can't fail that because I'm taking a college class so that I don't have to take these classes in high school. I'm trying to be ahead. I'm trying to hurry up and get out. So I'm just like, I can't stop even though I want to so bad. But
Oh, that's real. And I feel y'all because I'm a student again now too. And it's really just sometimes, but you just have to remember your goals and remember what you're there for and just try to do your best. And when you do your best, that's okay. You know what I'm saying? Try to get the A's. And if you shoot for the moon and you land on you get a B, it's not the end of the world because you're doing extracurricular activities. You have a business, you're networking. And sometimes I just wish schools would acknowledge that you're learning just as much in the outside world by being an older sibling, by being on projects that owning your business that is just as valuable as doing all this homework late at night for calculus that you will probably never use again unless you're going into a STEM field. So, I mean, this is why we want y'all to keep grinding so you can be the leaders and change some of these systems that are just putting all this unnecessary pressure in school and not giving y'all a holistic view of learning. But that's a whole nother topic. And y'all know Miss Johnny's about to kick us off.
I know. I'm sorry. See y'all.
Oh, and please get your vaccine. That's something I wanted to say. We could talk about, but please get your vaccine so that we're not spreading COVID in our communities, y'all. It's scary, but go watch the heart-to-heart conversation that they had about the vaccine. Okay.
Y'all got a quick jewel for us? 5 seconds.
I can put don't stress yourself out. That's all I can put.
We love it.
My jewel is very similar, but it's always make time for yourself and make sure you're keeping up with your self-care.
And mine is keep going because you can truly do it. Just keep going.
Right.
Yes, thank you. This is a great session. Thank y'all so much. Kayla, you got another order somewhere too in the comments. Somebody say I just
Yeah,
placed my
I
order.
see him. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Kayla, blow it up. Thank y'all so much for this conversation. Miss Simone, we got 3 more days.
See y'all in the morning.
I can't go. I gotta stay.
Nope, we kicking y'all off.
Start
Bye.
a riot in the comments. Okay, love y'all.
Love y'all.
Y'all, bye. Y'all, I love it. I love it. I love it. Shout out to Donovan. Shout out to Kayla. Such an amazing conversation and important topic, y'all. Y'all got 3 more times to see Miss Simone's glow, to see her beautiful smile. Y'all got 3 more times for Miss Simone to wake you up in the morning. But you know what time it is, yo. Go ahead and take your break. I see you back here at 11. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Hey, I hope somebody had a great break. I hope somebody's having a good day at work so far. Man, listen, don't miss Simone. Always get us right, y'all. And shout out to Kayla and shout out to Donovan too, because that session was like just powerful on so many levels. So thank y'all so much for being brave enough to have that conversation. All right, y'all. We at my favorite part of the day. Y'all know I got a soft spot for the guest mentor spot, right? And look, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I've been waiting for this one all summer. And y'all about to see why, y'all. Like, for real, for real. Get your notepads, get your pens, get your iPad, whatever. Get ready to take some notes. When I tell y'all, it's going to be jewel after jewel after jewel after jewel. And y'all know we never have enough time. So I'm super excited for y'all to meet our guest mentor for the day. I promise y'all going to be in love. All right, let's get our guest mentor on here. Miss Stephanie. What's up, Miss Stephanie?
Hey, how are you, Miss Joni? How you doing today?
I'm blessed, and I'm even better now that we got you. I've been waiting for you all summer, Miss Stephanie. For real, for real. I'm not even about to lie to you. I've been waiting because I'm like, yo, the power that's packed in this little lady right here. Our babies need that. They need that. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really humbled right now. And first of all, I want to thank you very much for allowing me to be a guest today. And I'm excited to talk to all these young people who are our future and who will be doing incredible things. So I just really want to start off just thanking you for the platform, for the invitation, and just for being you and having the vision and the heart for the young people.
Oh, thank you, Miss Stephanie. I appreciate you for saying yes, because once we get into like who you are, they're gonna be like, how you make time for us? So can we start from the beginning? Like, who the heck is Miss Stephanie? Can you tell us about your childhood, where you grew up, like that type of stuff?
Oh yeah, this is good. This is a good conversation. I don't talk about myself much in this vein, so this is so I am from the Baltimore area. I didn't grow up in Baltimore City though. I lived in Baltimore City maybe like 4 years of my life. I grew up in the suburbs of Baltimore in Baltimore County. I am one of 4 siblings. I have an older brother who has transitioned. He is deceased. 2 younger sisters who were living, thankfully, and my father and mother. My mother is an ancestor as well, and my father, gratefully, the grace of God, is still living. So, we're a family of 6. Grew up in the Baltimore area. Rooted. Firmly rooted. I gotta say this, so you already know where I'm going. My parents are from the South, and Maryland is considered the South, whether we want to believe that or not. It is the upper South, but my parents are from the deep South. So they are from Florida, northern Florida. My father being from Jacksonville, my mother from a small town called Marianna, which is 70 miles west of Tallahassee, going on the Panhandle. And so I always say that because I got deep Southern roots. And that's where my values lie. And I'm very proud of that. But there's a whole lot more to say. I won't go because I could go on that.
It's sorry.
A little bit about me.
We're going to touch on it all. So what was school like coming up in school? Like, did you always know like what you wanted to do? Were you the class clown? Were you the academic scholar? Like, what was Miss Stephanie?
I was none of that. No. So I was an athlete. Now that I was very athletic. Yeah. Wow. And played many sports. I was a 3 sports person. So I played basketball, which was my favorite sport. And I, believe it or not, was a star at that time. Yeah, I was pretty good in basketball. I was good in volleyball and also was pretty good in track. I ran track. So I was an athlete. And believe it or not, I was more of well, I can't say I was quiet, but I was more of a child that really didn't break a lot of rules. All, you know, have very strong values, like believed in justice very early. So when you asked that you always know what you wanted to do, I kind of did, but I didn't. I fluctuated between being a teacher and being a lawyer. And at one point I wanted to be a sportscaster for Baltimore, you know, for basketball, excuse me. And, but yeah, being a lawyer, I kind of felt that pretty young because I was always a person who spoke up against injustice. Like, I'm the type of person that did not like when other people bullied other children or children that weren't really hip and cool. Like, I didn't like that. And I was rather popular. So, people would often comment, well, why are you taking up for this person? Because you're one of the quote unquote cool kids, which I think is so stupid. And I'm like, you know, people don't deserve to be treated that way. I never believed in that. And our parents instilled that in us, being civil rights activists, particularly my mother, who was a hardcore civil rights activist.
Wow. Hold up. So tell us about that. So they were like marching and all that stuff, like they were with some of the greats. Can you give us a little bit of that?
So let me talk a little bit about that, because you know I'm a woman of a certain age, and I won't say it here, but I'm not young.
You give it 25. You give it 25.
I'm not young, and the young people on here, you know, I could be many of their mothers, and actually an older mother, and even for some, if they had kids young, I could be a grandmother.
Oh, you
so I want to say that if they had kids young, but. So, you know, my parents grew up in racial segregation. They grew up in that time where it was legally sanctioned that Black and white people were to go to separate schools, live in separate neighborhoods, shop in separate stores, work, you know, entertainment like movies and things. You know, Black movie house, white movie house. Also, beaches were segregated, right? So, like, there's a beach in Florida near Jacksonville called Fernandina Beach. It was the Black beach. It was considered the Black beach. On the water, you know, beautiful on the Atlantic. Now they've gentrified, of course, and white folks now want to take over it. But it was a segregated beach. So I say all of that to say that little bit of backstory about my parents is that they are first generation college educated and beyond in their families. Like, they're the first. Wow. And so my maternal grandmother, she was a domestic, which means she cleaned houses. She also sharecropped. Okay. And my paternal grandmother was a seamstress. And so I say all that to say is that I'm deeply rooted in that history. And when my parents finished undergraduate school, they couldn't find work in the South. They graduated from college and could not find work. And so my mother had an older brother who lived in New York. And so she was coming up for the summer to work. And my father and her were going up together. They wound up getting married. Literally, they were driving to New York. The car broke down in DC. They got the car fixed. And then they drove 30 more miles and broke down in Baltimore and stayed. And that's why we're here.
Wow.
Wow. We don't have, aside from our immediate family, we don't have relatives here. And so they stayed here because they were hiring educators. And I don't know if a lot of young people know this, but during that time period, so we're talking about the early 60s, Black people didn't have very many choices as to what professions they could go in. You could pretty much be a teacher, a nurse, or a social worker. That was it. And there was some that, you know, wound up being like physicians, you know, lawyers, so on and so very, very, very few. We were funneled into those professions. So those were the allowable professions for us. So your best and your brightest are always your educators of a certain age, of a certain generation. They are your best and brightest of who Black people Black decals people, and I can explain that more deeply. Though that means that those of us, decals is a word that a term that I coined, and it means those of us who were descendants of captive and enslaved Africans in the U.S., meaning specifically that it was our ancestors who physically built this country, blood thrown in the ground, that died doing it. And there are a certain group of us, because Black is expansive, right? And so I don't use the term African American. I don't use that term for a specific reason. And, you know, if you want to talk about that more, we can delve into that. But Black is a power word for me, although I know that it is a limiting word, meaning that, you know, we're defining ourselves by our skin color. But really, Black during the time period that I grew up, it's a power word. It's a political identity, and it means something to us as a people. So I always say Black. And so, and when I say decals, these are people who have parents, grandparents, great-grandparents that were born in this country prior to 1965. And there are reasons for that particular year. Again, I can start to get very technical around that, and I can wait. You know, I don't want to confuse people, but we went to Florida every summer, stayed long periods of time there. So, you know, I recognize what segregation can look like, even though during that time, it wasn't technically sanctioned by law. It was illegal to be segregated, but it was still segregated. And there were remnants, right? Stickers that were left from that time period that I could see very clearly. And so, you know, my mother talked a lot about, so first of all, my mother picked cotton. Let me say that. My mother picked cotton as a very young girl, you know, very smart young person, went to college at 16 and graduated early, right? Wow. She was really, really smart. But what I'm saying is she talked about the sit-ins. She talked about sitting at the lunch counters. She talked about the marching. She talked about the dogs being sicked on them, the hoses being sicked on them, the organizing efforts that were done. And so what's happening now when you see all the organizing efforts of Black Lives Matter, or what even happened here in Baltimore around Freddie Gray, is that I want young people to know that they are standing on big shoulders. They are coming from a tradition of freedom fighters, period. It's in their DNA. Right? The blueprint has already been there. We do it the best because we have been the most oppressed and have suffered the most. And we have always been an advocate for freedom and liberation. So in doing that, it is in our ancestral genes. It is in our genes, in our DNA to be freedom fighters and to organize. Right? They are standing on a long-standing tradition. This isn't something new. And I like to talk to young people about that because I want them to know the inheritance that they have gotten from the strength, the power, the vision, the humanity, and the collective efforts and advocacy on levels and dimensions that I'm not certain that all of us are fully aware of that they come from. It's a rich tradition. So my mother taught us a lot about that. My father talked to us a lot about what it meant being a young Black boy growing up in Jim Crow, in the Jim Crow South. My father's been working since he was 8 years old.
Sheesh.
Like, I don't think people hear those stories a lot. You know, my mother grew up in what essentially, I remember going back to you know, my grandmother's and my grandfather's home. I mean, it was literally like a shack, right? They had outhouses, so they didn't have indoor plumbing and those things. And so, you know, that's not far removed from me. And like my maternal grandmother died when I was very young, like when I was 5. But I know the stories. I know being in a small town and being a young girl and saying you can drive your bike up until this point. And when you hit that point, you don't drive past that point because you start getting on the white side of town and we don't want something to happen to you. I could go on, but I'm just saying that this is, you know, these stories are buried deep in my bones, and it has been a foundation. Quite frankly, it's been foundational for me, but it's also what God anointed and appointed me to do. So I stand firmly in that root, in that tradition. I know that freedom fighting tradition. I also know what that tradition looks like in terms of suffering and injustice. So And family is very important to me. I don't think anything's more important than family, period. Family's foundation. I don't. I think it is the precursor to everything, whether or not it is a strong determiner on whether or not you'll be successful or not. And
Yeah.
family can look different to different people, but family is very important, which is why I do the work that I do. But
Yeah, yes. No, I love it. I love it. And this is so powerful. This is so powerful. Thank you, Miss Stephanie. So with your parents being college educated and them being the people who they were, so we already know it really wasn't no choice for you, right? Like college was just always a definite from an early age.
sure, how you know that?
I could just because about what you're saying, I can almost feel their spirit right now. They already knew that their baby was going to go farther than them.
All I'm going to say is that, you know, and both of my parents have advanced degrees as well, right? But all I want to say is that it was no question in our household that each and every one of my siblings were going to go to college. Like that wasn't it. We knew we weren't stopping at high school. That was just no. That was a no. So, like, you know, my brother is deceased, but he was in graduate school when he transitioned. He was getting his master's in African American studies, was going on to his PhD. You know, he would have been a professor. You know, my sister behind me is a principal. My youngest sister is a master's in social work, is a licensed clinical social worker. So these things were expected of us. And so even though each of us have worked in like different fields, it's always been about the pursuit of economic and social justice, grounded in the civil and human rights. That's the work that we do. We're called to serve, and we're called to serve in a justice realm, and the justice realm can look different depending on the space that we're working in.
Yes, yes. Now, can you talk to us about your educational journey, like post high school? Like, what was that like, and how did you find your way into the type of law that you're doing, like around like justice?
That's a great question. So first of all, I do need the young people to know that I was a very C student in high school. Very
lying, Miss Stephanie. Ain't no way.
C student, right? So because I was in the sports, so I would do enough to do what I needed to do because I found school boring, right? It was boring to me, but I knew I had to do it because my parents weren't playing that, right? We couldn't take any shorts. I just needed enough just to pass and to play sports. I didn't really apply myself. And I was also a talker in high school, meaning I talked a lot in class. You know, I was a disruption because I talked so much. I was a little social. And I remember, I never forget, my favorite teacher was my math teacher that I had for different levels of math throughout high school. Miss Warmkessel, loved her to death. She said to me, she pulled me aside. She said, "You getting ready to go off to college next year. And I'm going to say to you that you are not going to be successful if you continue to just talk and just disrupt class and not apply yourself fully to the work." I don't know why that really bothered me because I really liked her. Right? It was like, Miss Warmkessel, she said, "No, you will not be." I never got that for whatever reason, because she was impactful in my life. And I will tell you that when I went to college, so I want to say that I started off at a historically Black college and university, which was Florida A&M University. We're going to go and give us to the Rattlers. And I loved it, right? And it was there that I became extremely studious. I don't know what happened. It was something about that conversation. And my parents were like, "You can go down here to school if you want and blow my money. You blow our money, you coming back home and you gonna work." And I'm like 18 at this time. Like, no, I'm 17, right? But go and I'm like, "And you're gonna pay for your own stuff. You're gonna get your own apartment." I was like, "I can't afford that." I mean, it was this whole thing. I was scared. And so I remember going to college and becoming very studious. I would always sit in the front of the room. I would always pay attention. And I started applying myself. And I was what you would call a late bloomer. right? I was a late bloomer. And then I have to tell you, I was just getting A's like crazy.
Sheesh.
And there were people that were getting scholarships to come to FAMU, that they were coming to me for tutoring in English. My mother was an English teacher. So, like being able to write, being able to speak were very important in our household. So I was strong in that area. And so, I don't know, all of a sudden I became this kind of go-to person, intellectually, because I was doing well. And just to let the young people know, I didn't even know what I wanted to major in because I played around. I was just getting C's enough to pass. So I did general studies initially. And general studies, we all have to do like some core classes, so it didn't matter. I didn't decide on what I wanted to major in really until it started coming into like near the end of my sophomore year. And I wanted to major in criminology. And I recognized that the school that I had selected, Florida A&M University, did not have a criminology program. University of Maryland College Park did, and it had a really great program. So I actually transferred to College Park going into my junior year. And I wound up leaving FAMU and going to College Park, and I graduated from there. And that was a major transition for me. And I want to tell you why. I didn't like College Park. College Park was not an HBCU. And just to let the young people know, because I didn't talk about this early on, is that I grew up in a predominantly Jewish neighborhood. And so when my family and I moved, we were the only Black family in the neighborhood.
Wow.
I didn't like that. I'm going to be frank. I did not like that. It was culturally very challenging for me because we moved. So you understand the time period. I won't talk so much about the time period because then you get into my age. But we moved from Baltimore City to Baltimore County shortly after desegregation. It wasn't like, I was born during segregation. Like segregation was just kind of ending. So we moved across into the county and we moved to Woodlawn. And at that time, Woodlawn, believe it or not, was mixed. It was a mixed neighborhood. It was a middle class, mixed neighborhood, white and Black, some Jewish population there. There were more Black people that were moving in who were, considered middle class. And I loved Woodlawn. I mean, I just had a lot of friends there. It was a very just healthy environment. It was a lovely neighborhood. It was all of that. But our family grew. Because I'm one of the older, right? It's me and my brother were older. And then my sisters started coming along, from our parents. So we had to move to a bigger house. And so in moving to a bigger house, we moved to Randallstown. And we all know Randallstown to be very Black today. Randallstown was not Black.
Wow.
Randallstown was a white Jewish neighborhood community. That's what it was. And all the building that you see there wasn't there. They had horse ranches out there. There were roads that didn't even cut through. I mean, all of those things that you're seeing now are not what they are today. I mean, remember, I'm older, so I've seen a lot of the transition. And so we were the only Black family in the neighborhood. And my brother, who is 2 years older than me, he seemed to adjust fine. I didn't adjust so well. It was very difficult for me culturally. I was the only little Black girl on the bus. I didn't like that. And so I say all that to say is that this is the type of neighborhood that I grew up in. And then I went to a HBCU, which I loved. And then I wound up transitioning to Maryland, which was a large white, predominantly white school. And it didn't have the same feeling that an HBCU had. It just didn't, right? I mean, I would be on that campus and wouldn't even know when homecoming was. HBCUs and homecoming, are you kidding me? I mean, it's a whole different experience, right? So, but I transferred to Maryland and I got, just like I got a good education at FAMU, I got a good education at Maryland. I was very prepared for college because of where I went to high school. I went to Randallstown High. Randallstown High was a very good school, And so I I excelled academically there as well.
Wow.
You know, and again, my brother was really brilliant. Like my brother always would say was my parents' smartest child. My brother was brilliant. And my brother tutored at the writing center there. You know, I wound up tutoring at the writing center there. Yeah.
Wow.
And so I excelled. And from there, I went straight to law school. So I went straight through, right? So I went from high school straight into college at 17, going on 18, and then straight from undergrad into law school. I graduated, I was a lawyer at 25.
Sheesh.
Yes, I've been a lawyer for a long time. A long time.
Oh my gosh. And how did you decide on like justice as law? Because it's a lot of different like branches. I don't even know if that's the right word to use, but it's a lot of different things to do in law.
You're right. I didn't even choose this at first. I didn't even know this area of the law existed because, you know, we represent abused and neglected children. So just a little bit about the law that I do is that my law firm provides legal representation in 6 counties in this state to kids that are removed from their parents and or guardians because of abuse and or neglect. That's what we do.
Like those 4 kids that they just found in Essex, they would have been like your client. Oh my God.
Exactly. And we do have clients who die. I just want to say that at the hands of either their parents or either if they're in foster care. I didn't even really know much about this area of the law. So, you know, God bless me to be able to be a little adept in the courtroom. And so I had always wanted to be a litigator. Right. The only thing that I knew at that time is in order to be a trial attorney, you had to do criminal practice. Right. So it was either you were going to be a prosecutor or be defense, and I was not going to be a prosecutor. Right. And so I'm thinking criminal law. This is what I'm thinking. Right. So when I graduated from law school, I went to University of Baltimore Law School. When I graduated, my first job was in New York City, working at Legal Aid Criminal Defense Division in Manhattan. And that's where I was. And I was all ready because, you know, I was going to be in the courtroom. And, you know, I had done what we call my Rule 16, where they let 3rd-year law students actually practice law under the supervision of a licensed attorney. So I used to work in district court in Wabash. And I did very well, right? This is exactly what my supervising attorney said. I got a job before I graduated law school because in my last year, I went to New York. I was practicing there. I didn't like it at all. I didn't like criminal law at all. I felt like I was part of the system, cog in the wheel, that I wasn't making a difference. Moved back to Maryland, took the bar, wound up, literally, I had a friend who said, you know what, there's this law firm that's hiring other law firms. They're contracting out to them to do this type of work that I do for foster care kids and kids that are abused and neglected. I wound up interviewing. The firm wound up contracting with my firm. Later on, we couldn't contract anymore. We had to become employees of that firm, and I became an employee, and I wound up doing this work and really loving it.
Wow.
I mean, liking it much better than criminal law. Because I think that, quite frankly, this is my opinion. People have different opinions. I think people, because criminal law is extremely important and it impacts our community, and it's kind of like it's charged, right? It's really sensationalized. So people see it as, you know, the police, you know, incarceration is huge. There's so many more issues impacting our community that just don't get that level of attention because it's not as quote unquote sexy. It's not as quote unquote sensationalized, right? And that at the foundation, at the core, is civil practice, and it's dealing with families, right? So we get kids. Our clients are newborns up to the age of 21, Miss Joni. So we get kids that's fresh out the womb that might be born drug exposed. People don't see those things, right? This is all of their foundational pieces. People don't talk about, you know, the dirty, contaminated water that children are drinking. or the lead that's in the homes, and all of these things impact their cognitive functioning, their ability to think, their ability to be able to develop healthily, right?
Yeah.
Which then impacts their future. When I say impacts their future, maybe then they're receiving special education services, or they can't do things on their own for the rest of their lives. Then impacts their economic future, right? Or may have them engaging in behaviors that are risky or that may even be criminal or delinquent behaviors. The next thing you know, they're in the adult criminal justice system, or the juvenile delinquency system. The foundation is in this family part. That's the piece where I work, where I think is the most important. But people don't see that. They don't hear that because they see the murders of like a Breonna Taylor, a George Floyd, an Ahmaud Arbery, so on and so forth. And those things are extremely important. But there are some steps before we even get there that people don't even know about. And I choose to impact the field in this area. Yeah. And in particular, right, we represent children. And so generally people who represent children are generally white middle-class women. Attorneys that represent children don't generally look like me. They don't.
I can't imagine that as many people in law, period, that look like you.
Well, that's a good thing. I'm seeing less and less of that now. I've noticed in the younger generations, and this is when you start looking at laws and policies and what was happening during certain time periods. There aren't as many Black young people getting into law school. And specifically Black decals people. So you may have people that might be of Caribbean descent and from the continent of Africa who you may see that are in law school. You don't see Black decals people going into law school as much. And even the Black numbers, period, are depressed across all of. And so it was a different time period. You got to recognize the time period I'm coming in. I'm coming in on the heels of the civil rights movement and all of the strides, again, that our ancestors have made for all of us to even be sitting on this live today.
Yes.
On this streaming, right? There were a lot of inroads that were made politically and through legislation and policies. And so there were avenues that I think were widening the gap more to allow us in to law schools. And so that shut down. It shut down. And that starts getting into testing and grades and all of these things, which, I could go really deep there. I'll stop. But there aren't very many of us. And not only, as you know, Miss Joni, I'm an attorney. I also own my firm. I have lawyers that work for me. I have support staff that work for me. So to see me as a Black woman who is not just a lawyer, and I'm not a solo practitioner. I actually have employees that are W-2s. They are not, and I say this, I know it may not mean a lot to the young people, but being someone who is an employee of your firm versus someone who is contractual, there are a lot more other responsibilities that you have with someone who is an employee versus a contractor, right? In terms of taxes, in terms of what does compensation benefits look like. And I'm a Black woman doing it. And I appreciate that.
How did you get to the point of owning your own firm? When did that happen in the mix?
I mean, it's crazy. I didn't think that that's what I would be doing. I didn't. I really didn't. So I knew, I'm about a person who pursues justice. But what I started seeing, quite frankly, is that I felt like there was a gap in legal representation for Black children. I didn't think that children's attorneys across the board were representing Black children well. I didn't. I think that there was some stereotyping going on that would limit the breadth of the advocacy by their attorneys for them. I felt like the bench also as well. The judges and the magistrates, I felt like part of it was, I think the breadth of advocacy wasn't there because I felt foundationally, I think that educationally we haven't been trained well about the true accuracy of history. I don't. So I think that a number of players in the legal field, also in other fields, educationally don't know a lot about the Black decals experience in this country. I don't. I think it's been on faulty lines. I think that there has been some untruthfulness. I also think that there hasn't been some real reality about what that experience was. And so, and how it's still being experienced. And so when you have something that is iniquitous, and I'm going to say poisonous at its root, then the whole tree is going to be poisonous, right? Including its branches and its leaves. So it's so having said that, I think that the breadth of advocacy could not be reached because people just didn't know. It's built on untruths. They just did not know. So it was that in combination of, I'm going to be really frank with you, we stand on giant shoulders. I recognize that. I know what our lineage is, what that heritage is, what that tradition is, and what that inheritance is. And so I have to do my part on that. And the reason why I can do this is because of the sacrifices of my parents, my grandparents, my great-grandparents, so on and so forth. And all of us who are Black decals that have been foundational to this country. I'm not lost on that. I'm very clear about that. Yeah. So it was that in conjunction with, quite frankly, you know, I worked for a law firm and I kept giving all these great ideas to my firm head who would say, oh, Stephanie, these are great ideas, but would never implement them. And I don't know if, you know, I do believe that that person thought that the ideas were great. I just think that it may have required some shifting structurally in the firm to be able to do that. I don't know if that was something that was a priority to her. And so I started seeing in my mind, well, why am I giving all my good ideas away to somebody where I can just implement them myself? Then that's how all of a sudden I became this business owner that knew nothing about business, but knew everything about practice and law in the area. And I just kind of went out on my own. Wow. And that's how that, and then hired my first employee within a week. So understand this, let me back up. Wow. People probably say, well, how do you get paid? Right? Representing children who ain't got no money. Right. So yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's I have state contracts. So I have contracts with the state of Maryland where I actually put in proposals based on the bids that they put out. And I respond. And so we are the only Black owned firm at this juncture that does this work. Jeez. Across the state. And it's a very niche, very specialized area. It's very few of us. And so, yeah, and I've been doing it for over 22 years. Wow. Miss Stephanie, do teenagers ever find their way to your office like on their own, saying like, I'm having these issues at home? They don't? No. It's always through like Department of Social Services or something like that. Exactly. It's through the department. So the way we get cases is that if the Department of Social Services removes children from their parents and or guardians, they are required by law that they have to have a hearing within 24 hours because parents have a constitutional right to raise their children. And so when you actually disrupt that right for them to raise their children, there has to be court intervention to say whether or not the Department of Social Services can keep children away from their families. So they have to file what's called a CINA petition, child in need of assistance, and they have to make the allegations. They need to lay out why they have removed these children and why it needs to last longer than a certain period of time. Because they're saying that the kids are abused and neglected, and the state has a right to do that to protect the safety and the rights of the children. Okay. Okay. I think that makes sense. So like somebody like those poor kids who were just done horribly, they wouldn't have never been able to just come to you and talk about their issues and stuff they having with their auntie. They would have had to have gone through like a school, a social worker or something. It would have to be, right? So like if a school makes a referral that this child is being abused, right? Or even if they made it, even if a kid, even though they don't come to us, let's just, aside from our clients, right? Let's just say a kid that wasn't involved in the system at all, if they were being abused. If they came to me, I would have to tell them that I would have to call the Department of Social, CPS. I would have to call Child Protective Services, because Child Protective Services would then have to do the initial investigation to determine if there is abuse and or neglect. And then say, okay, yeah, there's some abuse going on here. There's some neglect. We're going to remove you from your parent and or guardian. And then we're going to have to file a child in need of assistance petition. Because again, parents have rights just like children have rights. And I would not, as a lawyer, be able to even engage in that until the department has removed them and they go through legal channels, because we have to be appointed by the juvenile court. Does that make sense?
It does. So if somebody wanted to advocate for themselves as a teenager, they got to advocate through CPS. They can't.
They can call me. They can call any lawyer they want, but I would talk to them and I would say, okay, so I need you to contact CPS at this number.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense. This has been so powerful, Miss Stephanie. We never have enough time. Oh my God. Is it okay if I share your Instagram with people who might want to get in touch with you after this?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Probably, this is probably too old school. Y'all would be better emailing me.
All right. You know what? That's what it's all right. We're gonna put
Instagram. I'm not gonna check. I mean, they definitely can Instagram me. I can give you that. But I'm not gonna look at it as much.
It's all good. Well, I'm going to post Miss Stephanie's email on the resource sheet, y'all. So people that want to get in touch with her, I'm going to post her email.
I'll give you my Instagram as well, but you know.
We're going to do both. We're going to do email and Instagram, but y'all know if y'all slide in her DM, she ain't going to slide back.
It might take a minute. And I know kids don't do the email that much. I know that they do, you know.
It's all good. We're going to make it work. Miss Stephanie, I got one last question before we let you go, and that is, if you had to leave us with one jewel, what would it be? Just one jewel.
Listen to your inner voice on where that. I don't want kids to think that this is crazy. Where God is leading you. They may not call it God, they may not. But what I want to say is to listen to that voice where God is leading you. What I mean by that is, if you feel that you're called in a certain direction to do something, work in that area. Mm-hmm. You know, if it's through artistry, if it's through law, if it's through medicine, if it's through fashion, you know, if it's through music, I don't know, whatever it is, whatever you feel like your heart is calling you towards, you owe yourself the right to walk that and to explore it more, because generally, that's God calling you to your purpose. That's how you find your purpose.
Yes, so powerful. Thank you so much, Miss Stephanie. This was amazing. You are a blessing as always. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Joni, for having me. I want to thank you young people for listening, and they're engaging and saying a whole lot here. I appreciate all of your statements. And I just want to say to you, Miss Joni, keep up the good work that you're doing to elevate young people. Your work is really, really important. And I know that they love you and they love Miss Mo, as they say. And I also want to say to the young people, don't ever shortchange yourself. I don't care how difficult things become.
Yes.
I'll talk to them Friday. So I know there's more to come, but thank you so much for having me today.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Stephanie. Enjoy the rest of your day. I appreciate you so much.
I appreciate you too. You take care and keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Y'all, what I tell y'all? Now y'all see why I've been waiting for that one all summer. Didn't I tell y'all Miss Stephanie was amazing? Yo, wow, just wow. All right, go ahead and take your break, y'all. And I'll see y'all back here at 12 o'clock. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope somebody had a great break, yo. I hope somebody is having a great day at work today. Yo, was Miss Stephanie not powerful, yo? Yo, was Miss Stephanie not powerful? Now y'all see why I've been waiting basically like all this time just to get to this day so that I could talk to Miss Stephanie. And look, y'all, check this out. She's the only guest mentor that we actually haven't come back. Because, you know, Friday, our last day is going to be like a different type of day. And Miss Stephanie is coming back on Friday with a special message for y'all as y'all leave us, as y'all graduate. But, yo, we can't take another step without getting our favorite on here. You already know what we do at 12 o'clock, man. Miss Money Mo.
Hey,
Miss Money Mo. I got 3 more times to bring you on that 12 o'clock. That's it. Do you realize that?
Are you done?
Ain't no am I done. Put your little hands down. We see you got the fresh manicure. Yo. Uno, dos, tres. We see you got the fresh manicure. Yo, you ain't got to flex on us real quick.
I'm not flexing. I've had it for years in these fingers. Nobody cares.
Yo, Tree, can you, yo, what they gonna do at 12 o'clock? Yo,
are you very mad?
Tree.
Oh, I don't want it to
what
be
they
Tree.
gonna do without a crazy Miss Money Mo question at 12 o'clock? What they gonna do?
First of all, crazy is subjective, okay?
I don't think you had a sane one yet. I don't think we had a normal question yet.
I did. One time. I did the one. Okay, you know what? It's okay. It's all right. Hi, everybody. I hope that you're doing great today. I missed you, in the last 24 hours.
Yo, they got 3 more times, yo, to see you in all your radius, yo. That's it.
Oh, thank you. See, that was nice. That was good. You didn't call me crazy and all of that in the last.
I saw your questions is crazy, yo. But how you feeling today, yo?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm blessed, yo. Did you happen to catch Miss Stephanie's?
I'm angry because I did not. And I love Miss Stephanie. I don't think this lady knows how much I love her. And I don't even talk to her a whole bunch, but I love her.
I don't you know how much I love her even. Yo, powerful.
I heard the beginning and then I heard like bits and pieces and I was like, ugh. But I'm gonna just go back and watch it. It's okay. That's why we have that luxury. So it's okay.
Yo, you know this black lady owns her own law firm, yo.
That I do know. And she is participating in the internship program. So she even gave space for a young person, particularly, one of my faves. And I've been to intern with her. And she's just, every time I speak to her, she's just she's so loving. She's so just shines, and then she's so passionate. And I love it so much. I love her so much.
Yo, remember when we met her? I was like, can you come talk to these heartbeats?
Yeah.
And she's just like, yeah, let's do it. Like,
absolutely. And she's just she's always excited, y'all. She's excited to come back and talk to y'all again. So I'm just so happy about it. I'm so happy that she got the opportunity to come. So I hope everybody enjoyed her session.
Absolutely. I gotta get her information from you so I can put it on the resource doc because people hit me up already. Want to get it from Stephanie? Y'all don't embarrassing me, yo.
No, don't. So I will say Miss Stephanie does not play. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. She does not play. So don't be playing with her either, because she's nice and she's loving it, but she will definitely give you lessons that you need to for this real world, for this work world, for everything. She ain't playing either. So listen, so come to her with it.
Tried to told y'all.
She not. Listen, I know some things, and I'm like, she ain't playing now. So, all right, just be serious if you're gonna hit her up. Be serious. How was Miss Simone's session?
Oh, you already. It was powerful. It was powerful. Did you order something from Kayla?
No. Am I supposed to order something from Kayla?
Well, she got the body scrubs and stuff.
Oh, does she?
It was her first time coming on a session, and she talked about her business. So, of course, she got a couple sales in the chat. I had to, I bought some stuff. The customer service been on point. I got a little text message talking about some, thank me for my order. It'll be shipped out this week. I'm going to get a confirmation text when my order is shipped out. Like,
yes. We listen. Okay, Kayla. Wait, how do I? Where's her IG? Her something? I can also just go back. I'm
about to text it to you right now because I'm like, okay, so far my experience has been nice, and you know, customer service will make or break you with me anyway.
Listen, that is a fact.
Not on point. Get my refund.
She is not playing about that customer service, y'all. Like. At all. Like, I bought something. I'm gonna just say I bought something. And the first thing Miss Joni said to me, well, maybe the second thing she said to me that day was, how was your customer service? Was it okay? And she I'm like, yeah, like it was fine. It was pleasant. She was like, really? I was like, yeah, like it's okay.
Yo, because people don't understand. Like, yo, as a business owner, especially for y'all that want to have your own stuff, it's all about your relationships with your customers. Your product and everything should already be excellent. So just take that out the equation. Everything else, your relationship with your customer, how you make them feel, and just like that type of thing, that's where people need to spend more time and they don't. Like, so I appreciate it when people take the time to care about their customer, because then now I can, in good faith, refer my mother or people that I know, because I know they're gonna be treated well when they go there. I don't never want nobody to say that they had a bad experience off of some place that I told them to go. No, if Joni Hollifield recommends it, put that stamp on that. Bodyguard, yo.
I don't understand why y'all think she can't see y'all. Like, she knows that y'all are back there. Like, she knows when y'all are backstage, so you don't even have to send no message.
Click him off. Whole Bonnie gonna fall off his head. He about to get.
Oh my god!
Little Bonnie about to come off the head.
Oh my god! Just let him on in. Just y'all already know who it is. He here every day.
Don't even got his camera on. Why do I gotta let people on when they don't even have their camera on?
Okay, well wait till he turns his camera on and then you can let him in. I know he can hear us, and if he can't hear us, then I don't know. See, there you go.
On it.
How everybody doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing amazing. What's up?
I mean, I ain't really doing much. Just chilling. Got off of work.
Is that a new color bonnet?
Oh nah, it's the same.
That's the lavender. Oh, okay.
My favorite one, to be honest.
Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, y'all. So, you know, Antonio here every day, but we really finishing up a conversation that we were having last week, kind of about like the life that we want, what that kind of looks like. So we're gonna go deeper into that. So yeah, anybody else that kind of wants to hop up here and give their perspective. I don't know if it's gonna be Naija and Donovan, because I feel like that's maybe who it is, because y'all are here every single day. Like, they
like your team for real. They really like your team.
Because I'm like, I'm like the 12 o'clock special person. Like, I'm not like, I'm everybody's favorite 12 o'clock person to see. Like,
we think this is session. Poor baby.
Not poor baby.
Pack my stuff up. I'm gone.
And then I even got my own. I got my own custom made symbol now. You gotta peep it. Like, I got my own custom made symbol now. So it's over.
It's sleep. Hold on. Let me spell it.
Sleep.
It's sleep.
Why is it sleep?
Cause I be sleeping on these haters for real.
Oh my god. Oh,
how can they hate on you if you sleep?
Because
but he's sleeping on the haters. What he's saying, he's not paying attention to the haters.
I'm
That hater
telling you,
blockers. No? You
they
over
can't
it?
mess with me. I'm too smooth.
Okay, whatever. Open the question, y'all. Open the question. 'Cause I don't know. I don't know. I don't want Miss Joni to be stressed out that bad, and it's not even
I was
12.
already stressed out this morning. Don't worry about it. Mr. Bonner not stressing me out. He doing what he's supposed to do. It's these 18 and overs that can't get it together, yo.
Did we already have a? Okay, but just quick summary. Quick summary. What you talking about? Let's
quick
talk about it.
summary is, how do you have presidential aspirations, but you got a minimum wage work ethic? I just want for people, especially for those 18 and over, like, yo, if you're not going to have a job that's leading you to a career, or if you're not going to go to school, then you basically got to work triple time. It's no days off. And I just don't understand, like, what they don't understand about the fact that it's no more time. Like, what are you waiting for? Like, it's literally no more time, and you can't use excuses of the past and all this other stuff as for reasons as to why you're not pushing yourself forward. And a little bit of progress is not enough.
You know what? I agree. Like, I don't know. Like, you get to a certain point where it's kind of like, is everybody else holding you back, or are you holding yourself back?
It's you.
Like,
It's you.
like, yeah, I feel like, yeah, and I'm seeing that a lot lately, just in general. Like, it's like you say you want to do stuff, you say you have these goals, you say that you want to do this and do that, but then what are you contributing? Are you expecting people to give you things? Are you expecting people to hand you things? Are you expecting opportunities to come when you're inconsistent? I don't know. I don't get it. But what I will say is you always have the opportunity to make another choice, right? You always have the opportunity to kind of make that change and to shift your focus and to shift your perspective. It's up to you. You can literally do it in a minute, in 30 seconds, in 15 seconds, to just shift your perspective. So take some time to think about doing that and think about what you really want. And if you really want to work towards that, because whatever you want, anything worth having is worth fighting for, is the phrase, but worth working for. So
I'm telling you, Miss Moneymo, I'm not stressing myself out. After these 3 days, I am not stressing myself out, yo. And like, one really last quick thing is, I just want people to understand, for real, like, Horse Miles is not a job. Like, we get you ready to be out there. Like, don't look at us and think that you're just about to sit on these projects forever. Like, no, these projects get you built up a couple $1,000s. I know people PayPals and Cash Apps heavier than some of y'all parents, because the projects pay very well. But these projects aren't just supposed to pay monetarily well, they're supposed to be paying you intellectually well as well. So if you're sitting on these projects, but you haven't built a name for yourself, you've done it all wrong. When the rug get pulled from under you with these projects, if you can't stand on your own 2 feet and be out here making your own money, getting your own contracts, you did it wrong, yo. This ain't your job. This is to get you started. So when you get out there, you know what to do. You know how to act. Like, you know how to conduct yourself in this professional, like, crazy world. Not for you to sit here and get comfortable, and now because you got a couple thousands of dollars in your little Cash App, you taking little trips here and there, and you comfortable. No, this ain't where we get comfortable, y'all. I'm done.
No, okay.
You're gonna give yourself a migraine at this point.
I already got it, Mr. Bonnet. But you know what? It's gonna be cured in 3 more days.
I really want you to stop saying tree. Okay, so but also, like, a couple $1,000. Oh, go ahead, Antonio.
All right, like, so y'all, let me look before y'all give my best friend, my bestest friend, the worst headache. I'm gonna sum it up for y'all. Whatever you want, go get it. If people gotta tell you go get money, then to be honest, you don't want it. If you really want it and you believe you can achieve your dream, then all you gotta do is move. Keep moving. Like, don't say, oh, got a good 100 on me. I achieved it. No, there is no such thing as stopping. There is no such thing as taking a break. You gotta grind until you feel like you can say, okay, that's it. But until you get to that point, if you really stuck on it, I don't want to hear no excuses, because excuses just mean you really don't want it. So at the end of the day, it's what you put your mind to. It's not what you believe, it's what you know you can do. And that's facts. Respectfully. Just had to say that.
Yeah.
Listen, absolutely. I'm gonna say one last thing too, just one little last thing. Money at the end, money is temporary, right? You're gonna spend it on something. I mean, of course, you're saving. You put savings away, but like it doesn't really do anything for you. It most likely will leave your presence, but the value and the skills and the knowledge that you gain from these opportunities will stick with you, or should stick with you, should I say. So don't even like get yourself caught up in, okay, I get $1,000 here, I get $500 here. Focus on, like what Ms. Johnny said, focus on that value and focus on what you're taking with you after you're no longer on the project. Because these projects are funded, they're finite. So they're gonna end September, October, next January, next summer, whatever. They're gonna end. You're gonna get a stipend, or you're gonna get your bi-weekly pay or whatever. And then what are you gonna do when the project ends? So what are you gonna do when the 2 or 3 projects end? And then you have to go do something else. Like, just be aware of like your purpose, what you're striving for, and what you're saying versus what you're doing. Because if it doesn't align, then you just out here just floating in the world. Okay. So, are
Focus
you all
question
right,
of the
Miss
day.
Tony? Are you okay?
Yep. I got 3 more days.
Okay. Antonio, are you okay? Are you feeling all right?
I mean, I'm always smiling. So I ain't worried
Okay.
about nothing.
That ain't what I asked you though, but it's okay. It's all right. It's okay. We'll deal with it. We want to make sure everybody's okay and feeling all right. Opening question. Here we go. Any fictional, and I might open it up a little bit. Any fictional family that you would want to join? What is a fictional family that you would want to join if it was like a family in real life? So like a family from a sitcom. I don't know. However you want to interpret that. I guess you can also pick like a group or whatever, but we're just gonna keep it that. So any fictional family that could be real in real life, what family would you want to join? That makes sense.
No, that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Who's ready? Who's going first?
Oh my god.
Because I can go first. Mine is a little bit.
You already got it ready, please.
Okay. All right. Hear me out. Separate the show from the actor. Okay? Just separate the show from the actor. I'm picking the Cosby Show.
I knew
I'm picking the Cosby Family. Listen, how you know?
As soon as you said separate the show from the actor.
just separate that. Just for this purpose, just do that for me, please. I'm definitely picking the Cosby Show. I don't know if I'm gonna actually be one of the kids. I low key want to be Claire Huxtable, but it's okay. that's the family I would join. All right. Y'all, anyone of y'all ready?
I mean,
Alright.
my answer probably kind of lame a little bit.
Okay.
It's going to have to be the people from CNN because they the only people I know. I don't really know nobody else.
The people from CNN. You want to be on
like,
the news?
I know like all the anchors, yo.
Oh, okay.
I know, yo. I know. No judgment.
I mean, if you know who Miss Jody is, that's not a surprising answer. It's just I didn't know that's what you were gonna say. Okay.
So like John and Bree, I mean, even though they white, they would be probably like my cousins or something. Bye, yo. All right.
Okay.
I got it.
All right, go ahead, Antonio.
All right, y'all know Iron Man, right? Y'all gotta know Iron Man. Y'all gotta know my man.
Of course, Avengers.
I gotta be in Tony Stark's family. I want to be a genius billionaire playboy philanthropist as well. Like I need his IQ. I need that level of intelligence. I need my own Iron Man suit. I'm gonna be man, they don't want to see me that great. They don't
I
want to
can
see
see
me
you
that
now, covered in a whole bonnet, whole body, a body bonnet.
Not a body bonnet.
great. You're really gonna call me Bonnet
What
Man
is that?
today.
Donna, where you come from? I didn't see you no link.
What's up, Donovan? Yo, D
Hey,
pops up. What's up, D? D pops up. He like, yeah, put
Hey
me on.
Donovan, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm good. I'm like, normally I send him the link, so I'm like, wait a minute, what happened?
I had
But
already
thank
had the link from this morning.
okay. Yeah, y'all know. You
Wait,
know, Miss
wait,
I be trying, Jesus.
Miss
Okay,
Mo,
yeah.
can I quickly change my answer?
No, it's like, no, yeah, you can. You
You
can.
know what? Instead of Iron Man, can I be like the Black Panther? Cause that way, whenever like, can I be from the Black Panther family? Cause that way I could be like in the streets. I could be like Wakanda forever.
Oh my God. Okay.
That
Thank
body
you.
bonnet gonna be extra tight.
Yeah, because that Black Panther suit ain't hiding nothing, okay? Just skin at that point. Okay, that's fine. Black Panther. Donovan. What's it?
Um, I love the Avengers, like any kind of like a family, but more specifically into the Avengers. I would want to be a part of the Scarlet Witch's family. Like they got cool powers.
Mm.
Okay. Listen, I love it. I only saw a couple answers in the chat, so I think Kai said the family from Blackish. That's a good one. They be on there cutting up the whole family. That's a good one.
That's the definition of Black people bring life.
Yeah, no, for real. That show is a hot mess. In a good way, Alicia said the Fosters. Everybody loves the Fosters. I've only seen like one episode. It was good when I watched it, but I never really watched it like that. Lost Bubble said, I'm more of a Black Panther or a Cap guy. Not okay, I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna read the rest of that. I just hope that that's safe. Whatever that is.
Captain America?
What?
Captain America? That's what
Captain
the cat.
America.
That's what
They
he
was
mean when he says Cap guy. Captain America.
they were saying that they like the combat and fighting like skills and stuff.
All right, thank you. That's why I got y'all up here because I didn't know. I didn't know what that meant, so I just stopped mid sentence because I ain't know. And I don't understand nothing that I don't know. Okay, thank you. All right, y'all. That's the end of that. Thank you for taking the time to answer the question. So we're gonna go into, like I said, we're gonna continue to talk about the life that we want, kind of what that looks like, and we're gonna pick up from where we stopped last time. So last time we kind of talked about like influence, right? We talked about like who influences us, what influences us, and we talked about having like beliefs and values and kind of like what that looks like. So we're gonna go into other aspects of life. So we're looking at our mindsets. We talk about mindset a lot. So looking at yourself, people on screen, and of course people watching it in the chat. Is your mindset a growth mindset or a fixed mindset? Open or closed? Is it limited or limitless? So because I like Ms. Jones' explanation of growth versus fixed mindset, if she would not mind giving that explanation, that would be great. I mean, I can, but hers is better. So
It's really not.
it is.
It's really not. But like the way that I explain it is that like when you think of a growth mindset, a person with a growth mindset doesn't limit themselves. And we're talking about from like a mental space. Like they believe that they can get better. They believe that that they can learn and grow. They don't believe that other people are a threat to their growth, so they are okay with pouring into other people and allowing other people to grow with them or even past them. And the people with the fixed mindset, like those are the people who are just kind of like stuck where they are. Like they don't believe that life can get any better. They don't believe that they can grow. They don't believe that they can get any better. They believe that whatever they had right then and there, like that's it and that's all. And they hate to see other people doing well. Like it grinds their bones. So that's pretty much how I describe it.
Thank you. Okay, so y'all heard Miss Johnny, y'all heard what it is. Ultimately, these all are asking the same kind of thing. But just like they're just like, allow you to think about where your mindset is. So Antonio, I mean, I guess we could guess where Miss Johnny's is, but we're gonna let Miss Johnny answer too. Antonio and Donovan, where are you kind of on this spectrum, and what can you improve on?
In terms of my mindset, I feel like it's like a growth mindset because like I always got like ideas going in my head of how I can improve and grow. Wait, are we talking about like each one individually?
No, because no, you can just say growth or fixed at this point because they're all different versions of the same, asking the same thing. So
Okay,
growth or
so
fixed is
yeah, I'll say growth because like my potential and my mindset is limitless because like I'm never like I never think of nothing if that makes sense. Like I'm always thinking about something, whether it's how am I gonna, because I'm always trying to one up myself. Like what am I going to do differently today that I didn't do this day, or what can I do today that'll make a difference for everybody else in the next generation after me or stuff like that. Basically, whenever I do something, I always try and think 10 steps ahead or how it can benefit others than just benefiting me at the end of the day.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Antonio. Donovan.
I think my mindset is a growth mindset. Like coming into new situations, I always try to have an open mindset. Like I don't like to judge beforehand, like before I get to meet somebody. And I also am open to more knowledge, like because some stuff I don't know about, but if someone like wants to give me the knowledge or I want to educate myself, I do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Donovan. Miss Joni.
And I mean, overall, I definitely have a growth mindset. Like I am situationally fixed on some things, like food. No, I'm playing it safe when it comes to my food. I only eat what I like. I don't try new things when it comes to that type of stuff. But like overall, the way I eat not do stuff, yo. Like I'm not the type. Like if somebody be like, try this, the answer is no. No, absolutely not. But overall, my life very much growth.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, yeah. Again, I'm gonna say Miss Johnny don't eat nothing, y'all. She don't eat nothing. And then she
I already know
eat.
that. I already know that.
Don't
I found that out when we
believe
was at the
that. I
party.
just don't try new stuff. No, like food. I'm not experimental. You know how some people they just try a little bit of everything. I'm not that. I'm gonna get my 2 or 3 things that I know I like, and that's it.
That's fair. Okay. Let me see. Okay, so for me, before I get to the chat, for me, I think overall I have a growth mindset. I will say though, I came from a very fixed mindset. Like I only did the things I knew that I was good at. And I knew that I was going to be successful at. Like I wasn't trying to stuff that I knew that I could possibly fail at. I had a plan. I wanted to be like very rigid. I wanted to just do things how they were supposed, at least in my mind, how they were supposed to be done. However, you get older, plans change all the time. Life changes all the time. Your trajectory changes all the time. If you stay in that like fixed mindset zone or whatever, you ain't getting nowhere. You're not getting anywhere, and you most likely won't end up in a position that you're passionate about. And when I say position, I don't necessarily mean job, career, whatever. I mean like literally in life, like a life position where you feel fulfilled and where you feel passionate. And I had to like learn that because with the steps that I had to take in the last, I don't know, few years of my life, if I did not adapt that growth mindset, even if I had to be pushed a little bit, even if I was being a little bit stubborn about things, then I wouldn't be like where I am, and I wouldn't be experiencing the things that I'm experiencing. So I think overall, yes. Do I still have a fixed mindset about some things? Absolutely. Am I still unmoved on some things? Absolutely. But I think a lot of us might have kind of that situational fixed mindset where it's like, all right, yeah, some things like with food or with like money, spending habits or something like that, like you just not moving. But overall, I think I do have a growth mindset. So let's see what y'all are saying. Kendall said, for me, it's growth, open, and limitless. I do, however, need to work on maintain. Oh yeah, we didn't say what we need to work on. I do need, however, need to work on maintaining my growth mindset more consistently and allowing all options to step in. Thank you, Kendall, for sharing that. Naeem said he likes to have an open and growth mindset at all times. Yeah, so listen, yeah, we kind of all know overall what we are, and we all have things to improve on. But ultimately, the best space to be in is that growth mindset, because you never know what opportunities are kind of going to come from that. So the next thing that we're going to talk about when it comes to like the type of life that we want, your purpose. What are you like? What are you passionate about? What makes you energetic? What's like worth the sacrifice? Like, what is your purpose ultimately, overall? And then in some situations, you have to see like what position you're in. You have to be like, all right, what is my purpose right now? What is my purpose being in this space? What is my purpose on success sessions? What's my purpose in this job? You have to kind of look at an overall kind of life purpose, and you may not know it yet. Sometimes you're in a position where you don't know your purpose. You might be trying to discover it. But for the question, as far as like Antonia, Donovan, Miss Joni, what is your purpose? And when you think about what your purpose is, what space do you think about it in? Like, do you think about it by situation, or do you think about it like overall in life? Whoever wants to start is fine.
I mean, my purpose, to be honest, wait, can y'all hear me? All right, okay. So my purpose, I didn't always have this purpose, but my purpose is to like I want to be like my mom. So I want to make like everywhere I go, I want to spread at least some type of positivity. Like when I went to the event, it wasn't just like to meet new people, but like I wanted to at least like have fun, but make sure everybody else was having fun. But not even just that, I don't like when people sad. So it's like whenever somebody's sad, which I probably like whenever basically whenever somebody said, I just want them to be happy in some type of way. Like I don't even want thank you. I don't even like when people tell me thank you. Just seeing somebody smile because I had something to do with it, or at least I did something for them. Just seeing them smile is thank you enough. So it's like I don't even, as long as I know that you're good at the end of the day, I don't even need to thank you. As long as you smiling about it, I'm cool.
Okay. All right. So I guess it's safe to say your purpose is to make people feel good about themselves, put people in a happier space, somewhere along those lines. I like
Yes.
that. I like that. I think that's a good one for you. I think that's what you do anyway. Um, Donovan or Miss Johnny?
No, I can go. I think my purpose, like in life, is like as a whole, is to like help others, whether it's comforting them when they're going through a hard time, sharing my knowledge or my abilities. But I do like to help others.
And for me, I'm gonna say so. My purpose changed. Like at first, my purpose was just to make sure that I was good and my family was good. Like the only goal was to not be poor, and that was it. But after those police officers killed Freddie Gray, then my purpose became really to help young people discover their purpose inside of them and to help build up their capacity as leaders, because like we truly do have a lack of leaders in this world. So I feel like that's been my purpose.
All right. I think that's I think Miss Joni kind of hit on an important thing. Like your purpose can change, right? So if the purpose you say at 10 years old or 16, 17 or whatever, if you have a purpose right now, like in life, that may change when you get older or you're put in a different situation or something huge happens. A lot of times when big events happen or big just things in general in your life happen, you know, the whole trajectory of your life kind of changes. So that's a good example of that. So thank y'all all for sharing your purpose. I think mine changes. Mine is definitely wavering in a good way, not a bad way. But I think honestly, my purpose right now is just to contribute to like having positive impact. Whatever that kind of looks like. I feel like that's overall what it is. So yeah, that's pretty much like thinking about your purpose, thinking about, where you are standing with that. Again, something else that we kind of talk about enough a lot. This will probably be the last thing we get to today. Because believe it or not, there's more. Because your life is a big thing, but it's okay. So with your goals, short term and long term. I don't know if y'all seen this before. If you have seen it, it's so little. I'm sorry. It's a little bit little. Y'all heard of SMART goals before. These are smarter goals. It's
Can
a
you
whole
say
bunch of
that,
work.
Mr. Mo?
Can I what? Can I zoom?
Yeah, because this is important. Somebody need to screenshot this thing.
It say it's getting bigger, but that's not even getting bigger. So I don't. We
It
gonna
don't.
we gonna try.
Okay.
Oh,
You
y'all
done
see
fluked
what
the
I'm
whole
trying to
thing.
be the tech? Because what happened?
You done fluked the whole thing. Oh wait, it's
Hold up.
enlarging.
Hold
Oh,
up. Hold up. There.
that's as far as it's going.
Oh
Is
man.
that better or worse? That's the same.
That's all right. Yeah, it's basically the same. That's all right.
Child, listen, don't make me the
It's all right. Can you just send it to me? I'm gonna post it on the story and then people
yeah.
can screenshot it because this is important.
I can send it to you. So hopefully when I put it back up. Listen, try to I don't know, put your glasses on, your contacts or something. So with smarter
Man.
goals, right? You can think about it in steps. So your goals need to be specific. Make your goals specific. If you don't make them specific, then you don't really know exactly what you're working towards, and then that's where you can get distracted. That's where you can get off track. People it can influence you, in a negative way, and then you get all over, and then you're just not even working to nothing anymore. So they have to be specific, measurable. So you want to be able to look at them and be like, okay, I can do this in this amount of time. This can be attained in this amount, in this quantity. Attainable. You want it to be realistic, y'all. You want it to be realistic. Do not say, oh, I'm gonna make $1 million in the next 5 minutes. Like that's unlikely. That's highly unlikely that that will happen. I'm not saying it will happen, and if it does happen, I don't know how really that happened. But make sure that you can actually like get to it, actually achieve it. Make sure that it's relevant. So it applies to your life. It's not out the way too much. Time bound. So put a time limit on yourself. So if you want to do something in the next, week, 2 weeks, make sure you put that kind of like due date for yourself. Make sure that you can evaluate it. So basically, like once you achieve the goals, you're able to see that or that goal, you're able to see the impact that it has on your life and the life of others. And then in some cases, depending on what the goal is, you may have to change it or you may have to, revise it in some aspects. So just make sure that when you're making your goals that you can use this kind of acronym to make sure that the goal is attainable and that you can actually achieve it. Write down your goals, y'all. Write them down. you can always say what your goal is. You can always kind of be like, oh, this is what I want to do. But you want to make sure that you see it and that you can, read it every day and see it in your life. Break it down. Hold yourself accountable. Listen, saying a lot of words that we say all the time. Saying a lot of words that we say all the time. Hold yourself accountable. If you can't hold yourself accountable for whatever reason, get you an accountability partner, but do not rely on that partner. Have some sense of accountability inside of yourself. Reward yourself. So as you complete those short-term goals, especially make sure you reward yourself, and develop healthy systems and habits. So I will send this to Miss Joni. I know it's a little bit tiny, but so she can post it. And hopefully this is helpful, to you guys. I'm gonna stop because, like I said, believe it or not, there's more. We probably won't even finish it. But I'm not even gonna ask that last question. It's okay. It's all right. We're gonna just go do Jules and we're gonna get out of here.
No, but when you said realistic goals, yo, I immediately went to don't say you're gonna be president and your actions not presidential.
Yeah.
What you doing, yo? Why you getting one of my headaches, yo? What you doing?
Oh my God.
Listen, you done passed it on over here. It jumps. It's okay.
Man.
But no, that is a legit example though. That is a legit example. You want to make sure like you can't, like, your actions cannot mismatch with your words. Like, you're not gonna be able to get to your goals and achieve your goals if you're doing something else. You got that broke bum energy. I haven't said that in a long time. That broke bum energy.
How you gonna be a director, but you're not giving directional orders?
Listen, can't be CEO if you don't have CEO behavior. Can't be president if you don't have presidential behavior. I'm just saying. All right, y'all. Come on, Jules. We gotta get out of here if we get kicked off. I don't feel like getting kicked off. I don't feel like the tree. I don't feel like none of the vines or nothing. I don't feel like none of that. So let's go.
My jewel is to not let obstacles deter you from accomplishing your goals. Yeah.
Can I go last? Because I can't think of one at this moment.
Bonnie, if this gonna be your session, you're gonna have to do better.
Oh wait, all right, I got one. I got one. Listen, no matter what people tell you you can't do, whatever they say you can't do, you're gonna end up doing it, and they're gonna act like they know you for it.
All right. That don't work. That don't work.
Put that on the side of the body.
That's good. Mine, I kind of already said it, but make sure your behaviors match your words. Please put some action behind what you're saying, because they just words at that point. I love y'all. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you, Antonio and Donovan. Miss Joni, we don't even care like that. I will see y'all tomorrow.
Yes, thank you, thank you, Donovan. Thank you, Mr. Bonnet. Y'all got 3 more times to see Miss Money Mo at 12 o'clock, yo, and that's it. But you know what time it is, yo. You know what time it is. Go ahead and take your break. And then after you take your break, yo, I'm going to see you back. I'm going to see you back at 2 o'clock. Take your break, then your lunch at 2 o'clock. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I hope somebody had a great lunch break. I hope somebody's having a great day at work today. Yo, I know y'all get tired of hearing me say this, and I promise, I only got 3 more times to say this to y'all. Yo, I hope somebody's having a great day at work. Yo, before we take any steps further, y'all know we got to get our fave on here. But look, y'all, before I get my fave on here, y'all, get yourselves together, because this is our last time with Miss Caitlin, y'all. Get yourselves together, y'all. Get Miss Caitlin.
No.
Can you believe it?
You're already getting me. You can't say that right at the beginning.
Because Miss I gotta let them know not to waste a second, y'all, with you today. We can't waste a second with you, yo. Like it, and we gotta get your boy on here.
Get him on here because it's his last time too, and he's been the star of
Baby
the show.
Barack. Y'all better be taking this in, y'all. This y'all last Baby Barack Miss Caitlin session.
I know. Me and Baby Barack were already crying about it earlier over text. We were already talking about how fast it's gone. Can y'all believe it?
I cannot believe. Like, we're here all. It feel like we just started.
It seriously does. We're week 6. 6 weeks have gone by. What? How is that possible?
Yeah, I don't even like. I knew Miss Joni was going to say it, but then she said it, and then it just all clicked for me. Like, I don't know. Like, we just started. Like, I only been here like 6 times. Like, for real. Like, I don't know.
You got a whole fan club. I hope you know it.
I know people are blowing up the chat, being like, "Oh, Baby Barack, yes, I love Baby
You got
Barack."
a whole fan. People look forward to your sessions. Y'all really did an amazing job. Like, both of y'all with your sessions. I can't believe we had the last one.
No.
Yeah.
No.
We had to do it. Like, I mean, anytime Miss Caitlin wants me to do it, if it's next year, years to come, I'll always do it. You know, because like I said, I love y'all. Y'all my family. It's no other way to, you know. I always got to make time for y'all and y'all in the comments too.
Y'all, that is commitment right there. That's commitment. Like, even if Baby Barack becomes busy with all these other things, he has a job, he has school, he has all these things like everyone does, he still shows up consistently. Every single Tuesday, he is here and he prepares for it, right? Like, I don't even have to remind him anymore, like, at all. He just texts me out of the blue. He's like, yo, I have such a good topic for this session this week. And like, amazing. He's doing all the work, y'all. I just want to, shout you out, John, because it's been amazing to reconnect with you this summer and to work with you and honestly to learn from you. You bring so much stuff, especially it's going to be the same thing today where it's just way over my head and you're going to have to explain the story and it's going to be great.
Yes. Thank y'all so much. Thank you, Baby Barack. Like, for real. And just to think, we met him last summer.
Yep.
Last year. And look at him. The growth.
Yo.
The growth.
What? It's only been like a year.
It's only been a year, y'all.
It's only been a year. Yeah, because I got here last, like, I think May. It was. Yeah. Dang. Well, it's just the first year, so we still got stuff to come.
Just the first year. Yes, I love that. I love it. All right, Baby Barack, tell us, what are we talking about today? Or give us our icebreaker.
The icebreaker, right. Hold on, let me see. Let me see. If you were outspoken today, because I know not everybody's outspoken. If you had an outspoken personality today and became famous tomorrow, would you sort of change or censor, that behavior, like that type of outspoken behavior? Would you change it, or would you just be as blunt as possible, no matter what your status is?
That's hard. That's good and hard.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm gonna go first.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to say because, like, y'all know, like, pretty much every time I get on here, I always say, like, being as honest as possible and being as blunt as possible is kind of like it's not always the easiest thing to do, but I feel like it's the best thing to do because I mean, like, everybody pretty much gets that entire side of you, and you know, like, you don't have to hide anything. But I feel like in this day and age, especially the topic we're talking about today, it's more so how sensitive the culture has become. Like our culture as a whole, not just black people, not just white people, not just Asian people, not just certain communities. Everybody's culture has just become so sensitive, and I just feel like at certain times we need to, you know, like censor that a little bit because the context in which everybody else takes what you say is different nowadays. Um, and I feel like on certain things, especially such as race and sexuality and just all types of culture, everybody feels as though they have that to protect, and somebody else speaking on it that's not necessarily from that community could be damaging to really anybody else's opinion. So I feel like censoring that, just for me, I feel like if I'm not completely educated on it, then I just won't speak on it. And that would be my way of kind of censoring, you know, what I say on the internet. What do y'all think?
Yeah, you brought up a lot of really good points. I think it is a pretty vague question, right? So I feel like you could take this in a lot of different directions. But for me, I feel like I want to say that I wouldn't censor myself because, I mean, like, if it's the truth, it's the truth, and it needs to be spoken, right? But it would be hard. At first, when I thought you were bringing this up, I was like, oh, like, if you said something, people might, you know, like not like you anymore, think of you as like a not good celebrity or something like that. And like that part of it, I don't really care about. But it's like the part of it where it could like ruin individual relationships that you were talking about. I feel like that brings up something for me. And like, even in my own life, I find that there are certain people, like my dad, for example, who I have a harder time bringing things up with because, you know, we have very different views on things. And so it's sometimes hard for me to just like straight up be really blunt with him because he's my dad and there's like a power dynamic there, right? And so those types of things, I feel like, I don't know, that weighs into it. But as far as like people think of me, and if they think of me as like somebody who's really blunt or outspoken, I'm like, sure, I don't care about that as much.
Yeah. And like for me, I would just want to make sure that I'm being responsible with my words. And I like even do that now because like if you don't really know me and know what I'm about, something that I might say could potentially break you down. I don't really care about you being offended. Like be offended because some stuff should rattle you, especially if you know you're not doing what you're supposed to do. But I would never want somebody to take what I say and then they use that basically against themselves and they are broken down to a point where they can't build themselves back up because now they heard something that I said and they didn't really get like the full context. So if I had like that like true celebrity status, I think that I would be a little more cautious just about prefacing things and making sure that I tell people like, look, it's more to it than this, and also making sure that I'm extending my hand to help people as well. Like if you feel some kind of way about what I said, if you feel attacked or something, like we're here to help you, but this is to make you think because we do truly want to help you get better. And I don't think a lot of people sometimes always want that for people. Some people just want to make you feel bad about yourself and go lock yourself in the closet
and for the drama.
Yes, some people live for that. I'm not with none of that, but I think I could easily be piled into that group if people don't know me and know where I come from.
Totally. I think that's such an interesting point, and it happens all the time where things are taken out of context, especially like nowadays when people just read like the headline of something, right? So they could just take, even if you like preface it with all this good information and like set it up, people could still bring that one sentence that you said, take
Yeah.
it completely out of context, and then everyone's like, you know, attacking you.
Yeah.
And like, it's only the people who are actually going to like click it and like read it or listen to it or whatever through the whole thing that are going to actually understand.
Right.
So I
They
feel like
only
it's
call
like
the young people
dangerous.
broke moms.
Yes, totally.
They ain't
Totally.
lying, but did you hear what everything else I said?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know. Like, I guess I could kind of connect to you on that, Miss Joni, because I mean, I think everything is all about perception. And, you know, like, how far do you take what I said? So I feel like, for example, like, you know, like Miss Joni, you probably cuss people out all the time because somebody doing something stupid or says something stupid or something. And I mean, I'm pretty sure there will be the heartbeats that are just like, she just saying that, and you know, like I ain't do nothing wrong, and you know, like she just trying to put me down and stuff. But then you have other heartbeats who are just like, okay, I messed up, and now I need to take the necessary steps to make her proud again, and you know, like make myself proud again. I don't want to, you know, like have this reputation on me, and you know, like I just want to be better. So I don't know. I feel like that's all about perception, but I do feel as though like I would only censor myself, and I can only speak for myself really, but I would only censor myself on topics that I'm not really fully educated on. I because like I like the whole offending people thing. I mean, like I don't know, like it might be a part to what I'm talking about that I don't necessarily understand or I didn't see at first, and then when it comes out, you know, like I feel stupid, and I'm just like, I didn't even see this whole other side of this topic that I'm talking about, and it makes me look bad, and it makes me look insensitive and uneducated and things like that. So yeah, I asked that big question because I did want like it to go into like different little subtopics and stuff like you were saying, Miss Caitlin, because what we're talking about today is I just feel as though the internet took it in so many different directions and it's just been tangled he's just been tangled up in everything. And so today we're talking about a rapper by the name of DaBaby. And recently he's been under fire for his comments at Rolling Loud, which I never heard of Rolling Loud, but apparently it's some sort of like huge concert where a bunch of artists, whether they're known or not, kind of just perform and you know like get the crowd hyped up and everything. It's a public event, and so DaBaby, I think it was right before, either it was right before or after the first song. He had said he had made a few comments, and those comments were um, put a cell phone light up in the air if you don't perform sexual acts out in the parking lot. Put a cell phone light in the air if you don't have HIV and AIDS, and just a whole bunch of other stuff. And you know, like it sounds kind of vague now. It's kind of like why would he say that? And that's kind of how the internet took it. And so everything he said after that kind of made everything worse because it was kind of a domino effect. You know, like you say something wrong and then like you come under fire for it and you apologize after that. But it wasn't that simple for him. For some reason, he was so gung ho on like standing on what he said that he just continued to topple that over and over and over again. So I did take a few screenshots just to make sure I'm telling all of this right. Um, so, for example, after he had said all of that and everybody was kind of getting a reaction to it, he had first came out with this video on his story, and his story basically said, you know, like everybody took it out of context, and he basically said more things to kind of add on to like one specific comment he made, which was the HIV and AIDS comment, and it was more so him talking about um, my fans have class. My fans don't have HIV and AIDS because they aren't nasty or disgusting, or like they have some type of standards and they don't have to do sexual acts out in the parking lot that can lead to stuff like that. And when I gotta be honest, when I first saw that, it was kind of like, okay, I kind of do understand that when I first heard it. But then I started seeing a whole bunch of other social media influencers that were LGBTQ and like all of that. And they were kind of just saying like, you don't know certain situations as to how these people got diseases like that. They could be genetic. It could be like a mix up with blood work, or like sexually is just sexually is the most publicized, so that's all you see. And therefore you think, like this is, you can only contract it sexually, but there's so many other different situations where people have gotten it accidentally, or there was a mixed up with something, and there's just a whole bunch of other situations to where as though, like you don't know exactly what every individual has gone through, and he doesn't know every last one of his fans, so you can't just sit up here and kind of just like ostracize people and kind of like point people out, because there were some people that couldn't put their cell phone lights up in the air because there were certain things that he said that kind of just were just like, dang, I do have HIV and AIDS, so does that make me less of a person? Like it kind of rubbed the audience the wrong way. And there were some people who threw shoes at him. There were people who started riots at Rolling Loud. It was just a whole bunch of stuff that went down that night. And then afterwards, he kept making posts, I believe, because I just watched an interview like right before I got on here. So Elton John, Dua Lipa, Madonna, Demi Lovato, and a few other clothing companies all withdrew support from him. And it kind of went into other things. It wasn't just specifically those comments, because he had come out with another statement that kind of took the attention off of it, and you can kind of tell he wanted to take the attention off. And I'm gonna read exactly what he said, so y'all can kind of get a context of what I'm talking about. Um, he said, for any brands, networks, or artists that like to profit off of black rappers' influence on the culture without understanding it or having the patience to deal with what comes with it and our culture can keep their money. And what
He
he
said
had,
that?
yep, yep. The context, now, not everybody understood it at first, but Dua Lipa, one of the artists I had mentioned, has a collaboration song with him named Levitating. And it's a pop song, like it went viral and everything. And once Dua Lipa said what she said publicly on her story and everything, and withdrew support from him and unfollowed him, it was kind of just like he was trying to paint the picture as, like, why would you withdraw your support when like I'm under fire and I'm having all of these things happen to me? And I kind of get, not taking away from what he said, but I kind of get what he's saying in the context of the baby has been under fire for a lot of things in the past. He's a convicted felon. Like he's been to prison. Like he's killed people. He's stole. He's robbed. It's a lot of things in the past he's been under fire for. But I feel as though like I kind of understand it to the point where this specific cancel culture event that he's a part of, it's more publicized than all of those other things I had just mentioned. So it's kind of just like you're withdrawing your support when everybody else is against him, and it's more publicized. So it kind of makes it seem like you're doing this for the clout, you're doing this for the streams, you're doing this for the views, you're doing it for all of that, knowing that they have a hit song together. So it's kind of in everybody's face, and it's just this public beef. And it's not the only thing he's done in terms of like betraying people, because I feel as though he's one to talk about betraying people in the music industry when they're under fire. But there was actually another artist, Megan Thee Stallion, which you guys have probably heard of. Megan Thee Stallion was under fire for Tory Lanez, another rapper. See, I was going in so many different things, so many different directions. But Megan Thee Stallion had an entirely separate incident with Tory Lanez where she was shot in the foot by Tory Lanez. And DaBaby had actually brought out Tory Lanez on stage to perform with him at Rolling Loud. So it was kind of a betrayal on his part. And the only reason why, oh shoot, the only reason why Megan took it personally was because DaBaby and Megan Thee Stallion have had hits in the past. Crybaby and Cash Bleep. Two specific songs that I can think of right now, but there were multiple other songs that they had in common that were hits, and they obviously had a relationship outside of just the music. So it was a betrayal on his part. That's why I'm saying, like, how can you talk about this betrayal from Dua Lipa, who has to protect her brand because they're obviously connected by the song. So like she has to protect her brand. So why are you so hurt and offended when you did the exact same thing to another artist that you claim you were so close to? I feel like that's just a whole contradiction of your standpoint on loyalty. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of just, I feel like it's that just took it in a completely different direction. And then after all of these companies started withdrawing their support, terminating his clothing line from, I think, let me see. The clothing brand was called Boohoo Man. And I think he also had a partnership with Nike. Nike withdrew their support. And like I said, Elton John and Madonna and Demi Lovato, they all spoke out on their stories and were saying that he didn't have a place in the music industry following those comments because you, as musicians, their responsibility is to bring people together rather than tear them apart. So I know I just said a lot, like I said a lot. And I'm gonna try to hone this in a little bit. So I did have a question for you guys right after I read his apology, because he did eventually come out with an apology. The apology says, anyone who has ever been affected by AIDS/HIV has the right to be upset. What I said was insensitive, even though I have no intentions on offending anybody. So my apology, but the LGBT community, I'm not tripping on you guys. What y'all do is y'all business. My take on that specific apology is that it sounds very vague and it sounds scripted. And I mean, I know as a celebrity, you have a PR team, and you're like, just for press release, you have to release just a dignified statement to everyone. But I feel as though he himself should have constructed that apology himself, because I just feel like there's no way he did that on his own. There's no way, because of past incidents where he's done the exact same thing. There's no way he constructed that on his own. So, I mean, a lot of people took the same standpoint I did, where it's just like, yeah, you apologize, but it was kind of like an apology to where as though, yeah, I apologize, but I said what I said, and I still stand on what I said. And I don't know, that's just kind of the vibe I got from it. But the question I have to y'all is, what do y'all think of that apology after, you know, like all that I just said about what he's done? What do you think personally?
Miss Joni, you want to go first or me?
Oh, you can go ahead, Miss Caitlin. You got an opinion on this?
I mean, so I didn't really know much about it. I was kind of Googling some stuff because I wanted to like see exactly what he said, you know, out of the quotes that you were also saying. I mean, I agree with you, John, that his apology seems scripted. I think it was probably necessary for him to have an apology that was like so straightforward like that, but it doesn't, sound like it was coming from him. I also just like the things that he said were so offensive on so many levels that like, I don't even know, like one simple apology does not do it for me. Like, yeah, I don't know. I understand why people are like pulling their support from him. And like, I also understand that I probably don't know all the like, you know, intricacies going on behind the scenes of this person did this and this person did this. But like on a surface level, I would pull my support from him too, because those things that he said are just not okay.
Yeah. It's just a lot. It's a lot going on with this. And I mean, just for me personally, listening to you explain it, Baby Barack, like I knew something was going on with him because of like all the chatter and stuff that's like on the radio, but I never really cared that much to figure out what it was. But now seeing like that this is what it is, it's just like, yo, like how insensitive can you be like to so many people who probably didn't even have a choice on that matter. So like that's my thing right there. And I mean, I don't care who pulls support away from who. Like if you don't like it, then why should you put your money or your brand behind it? And I mean, that's just how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm reading all of these comments, and it's going even deeper than what I said. Like Alicia is saying, Boosie, which is another rapper, had the nerve to defend the baby when Boosie set his sons up to get sexually assaulted by grown women. And I actually remember this incident. It was like, I think a few months back when Boosie had told the internet that he had actually set up an entire appointment for his son to get some action with these women. Um,
And Boosie is old.
Boosie is old. He is.
God, oh.
I don't know. Like it was him and it was Ti too, another rapper who had
T.I.
basically
did that to his son?
Ti.
Yeah, you said T.I.?
No, I was saying like Ti basically was saying in the same context that he was defending the baby and saying that
Oh.
like he should be since other artists have the platform to speak out on what they believe in and you know, like how they believe in it and the context of which they believe in it, they feel like the baby should do the same. But I feel like it's just different. I feel like I don't know, like yeah, like I got that expression too, Miss Caitlin. It was like it's two completely different things. Like I said in the beginning, just educating yourself on certain aspects of certain cultures is so important. And if you're not, first of all, if you haven't experienced any of it and you don't have any type of knowledge on it, you shouldn't be speaking on it at all. And I feel like no matter what apology he tries to come up with or any type of justification as to why he said what he said or why certain people have class and some people don't, I feel like he shouldn't have said it at all because he's, from what we know, he's not a part of the LGBT community. He doesn't have HIV or AIDS, and he hasn't done any type of anything in any parking lots or anything. So like he has nothing to do with the statements that he said. So I feel like it shouldn't have come from him. You know what I'm
You know
saying?
what else though? You know what else though, Baby Barack? Like, be prepared to accept your consequences too. Like, if you want to put your statements out there, if that's how you like, say whatever it is that you want to say, and you might have a small bit of people that's going to agree with you and still be behind you, but be prepared for the consequences of some people that's just going to leave and don't want to support you, don't want to listen to you or whatever. So, I mean, in that sense, though, like I definitely agree with people showing us who they are, because I would rather know that that's how you feel, so then that way I can make my own choice on whether or not I want to support you versus you putting up some type of front and I'm giving you my money, giving you my support whole time. That's what you at the dinner table saying. Tell me.
Yeah, I don't know, like because there was similar incidents that happened over this past week. Can't really go into really deep detail, but basically there was another rapper who had said something homophobic, and he was under fire for it, and he had actually come out with the statement that I have friends and family who are LGBTQ or whatever, and I feel like that's the main excuse that everybody uses.
Oh
Like
my gosh, that's the main excuse. You've heard, oh my
Hey.
gosh, we've heard that excuse countless times. That's like the classic, like, oh, I have black friends, so I can say something racist. Like, that's never, never, never okay.
Like I don't know. I'm laughing at it because I've heard that so many times before, and I feel as though even if you do have those family members, I'm pretty sure in pretty much almost any family you can find somebody in that community somewhere along the family line. But that doesn't talk about you. That doesn't talk about your opinions, your standpoint, how you feel about it. It has nothing to do with you. Family is family, but I mean, like, there are a lot of homophobic parents. There are a lot of homophobic cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, brothers, sisters, siblings in general. Like, there are so many families out there who have children or aunts or just any type of anybody. You have people with families basically that are extremely homophobic and are afraid to come out or are afraid to, like, show exactly who they are because of their specific standpoints on things. So it doesn't make a difference if you have family who, like, is gay, bi, lesbian, transgender, queer, any of that. It doesn't matter simply because of the fact that you still have people out there who have families that don't necessarily know that about them because they know how they are. So I don't know. That was just something that I felt as though needed to be talked about today because we've come so far in terms of rights for Black people and Asian people and other people of color, but we also have to recognize these different communities that are being oppressed that we don't necessarily talk about. And even though I feel like if the baby didn't recognize that what he said was insensitive and that was his own opinion, you still have to realize that there are people out there that have different opinions and you have to respect that. And you have to have some sort of humble behavior when you realize that yes, this was offensive to this particular group of people. Now, like you said, Miss Joni, there are some instances where, like, no matter what, you have to say your opinion, and there are going to be some people that are going to leave. But you have to make sure that the topic that you're talking about isn't, like, something that you can come under that much fire for. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you still have a brand. So, like, you still have to make sure that you do have those people that are going to be with you. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I think I'm going to ask one last question because we got like 7, 8 more minutes. So, I'm going to ask y'all one more question, and then it'll be literally my last session of the summer. I never thought those words would come out of my mouth. I really did.
This is your last question? This is your last question of your last session?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. My last jewel. I don't know.
We're just breathing. We're getting through it. We're just breathing. Okay.
I got a lot of questions, so I'm gonna pick a really good one because it's the last one. Let me see. Do you think that loyalty in the industry should trump clout? Talking about streams, views, all of that type of stuff. Do you think that you should still be loyal to someone else, knowing that you aren't going to get as much attention from the media? And I'm gonna go first with that too. I wouldn't necessarily say that loyalty is everything in my book. I think I think that's where a lot of celebrities, especially rappers and singers and things like that, they lose their idea of who they are because they claim that they're so loyal and like they'll have whoever's back that has their back at any time. But then you have all of this attention and like you just feel like you're at the top of the world and you can't be humble and you can't be touched. And now all of a sudden those people that were with you, they're at the bottom of your totem pole and you just have to figure out how to get higher and higher and higher. And there are other ways to do that other than betraying someone else. I feel like we were talking about today, the baby bringing out Tory Lanez, somebody who has betrayed his industry best friend. I don't know how you just I don't know how you claim that you're so loyal and then just switch right when you know that the attention is going to be back on you.
Hmm.
I just feel like that's where fame gets to a lot of people's heads, and I feel as though me, I can say with all certainty I wouldn't do that to somebody who came up with me into this industry and has had my back no matter what. I can't do that to anybody. So I wouldn't, and I feel as though loyalty shouldn't trump any type of clout. Um, but I don't know, like some people feel different, obviously. But I mean, for me, that's not something I would do. What do you guys think?
Well, I hate when loyalty turns into dumnity. Like people for real, like when people be so loyal to a person and they don't recognize that that person don't stand for what they used to stand for. Like when people are changing, and like some people don't always change for the better. Like some people actually take a different turn, and people just grow this dumbnity that it's like, yo, I'm still just gonna stay loyal to this person just because of who they are, and just forgetting like what they represent. So like I definitely don't like that idea. I like the idea of not necessarily worrying about like the clout piece, because I think that that comes when people are attracted to whatever your message is or whatever you are doing. But more so being loyal to whatever the cause is and whatever the overall mission is, and not specifically like to a person per se. So you don't even know who you are.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. I feel like if you're putting all your eggs in one basket, like one person, then that person is gonna let you down. But if you're like standing, you have your morals already set, you have the things that you believe in and the things that you know, stand for, and then you support the people who also support those things, then that's the most important thing. Whether or not, you know, you are getting clout, whether or not they're famous, whatever, it doesn't matter. I feel like loyalty to your own, like, to your own brand, I guess.
Yeah, and I just want to use this one example because it just came to my head. But Miss Joni told us a long time ago, if you've been with us for a while, she told us a really long time ago that when she first started Heart Smiles, there was only like two people on here. There was only like two, I think, yeah, like two people on here. And she has said it wasn't about just it was about quality over quantity. And eventually, like all of this, it came. Like you got all of these people in the comments, you got me, you got all of the OG Heartbeats, you got Miss Caitlin, you got Miss Simone, you got Miss Mo, you got pretty much everybody that makes up the Heart Smiles family. And now we're here. We weren't there back then, but she stood true to what she believed in and like how she was going to progress. She saw the vision and it came true. So, I mean, I feel like being loyal to what you have or somebody that you have, like if they've never betrayed you and you know that they're not going to, then why would you throw all of that away for a few views or a few streams or just any type of clout? Because it's not going to last you forever. Like I don't know. Like I feel as though I don't know. Like it really irks me when I see that on the internet and just people who are living their life on the internet and then like they let the internet just tear them apart or turn them against each other. It really irks me and it makes me sad. It really does because it is sad. These are really good people that have let the internet just completely alter their personality. So I don't know, y'all. Like, I don't know. I can't believe that was my last question.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
I want to lift up one comment that Kai just said, which is when you get a drop of clout, you'll have people that you go to school with that have never even spoken to you before that will try to be your friend. And I feel like that's so real.
People that have seen you one time and pass you on the street will say that you guys were best friends.
There's so many people that hit me up on Facebook and say they used to go to school with me. I'm like, you did? Really? Yo, they put me in a whole Hollerfield group on Facebook. They made a Hollerfield group, yo.
Wow.
No, because that's so
Never seen none of these people a day in my life.
No, because that's so real. Like these
It
people are
is.
like, it's so hard to say, but people out here are so fake. And you're so lucky to come across somebody who will really have your back in the long run. And I'd rather have that over thousands of people who barely even know me for real. You
Yeah.
know, like, yeah, like it's just, I don't know, like, but that was so real. Like that hit home for me. That was so real.
Yeah. This is a great way to end.
It was. Thank you so much, Baby Barack. This was amazing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I also want to shout out just like so many other heartbeats that have been participating week after week in the chat in this session, specifically like Alicia, both Taylors, Kai, Miss Carmen. Like, especially Miss Carmen is always like saying hi to me when I get on. I'm sorry I never acknowledge it, but I always see you, Miss Carmen. You're here. You're here. So yeah, I just want to acknowledge everyone, and for everyone dropping those hearts and putting the emojis in the chat. That's awesome too. I hope that you all got something out of this, and like the main purpose of our session was just to like bring in some current events and then talk about them, right? And we did a wide range of different things, all from like the celebrity drama to like different things for mental health and different things going on. And so I just hope that you all like stay informed. I guess this is my jewel, is like stay informed about what's going on. It's really easy to do if you're on social media. Just like pay attention to things that are going on in the world that are outside of your sphere and try to like apply those lessons to your life. Like really try to see, what's going on with this person and how can I personally improve from it.
Yes.
I don't like this part, Miss
I
Jo.
know, Baby Barack. I know.
I don't like, yeah, this literally brings me back to last year when we were having this exact same ending conversation. I hate it, but I don't know, y'all. Like, kind of echoing what Miss Caitlin said. Like, y'all just participating week after week and just engaging in what we have to say. It's heartwarming to me. Like, I feel like I would do this all over again, all day, every day, if I could. Like I would. But I don't know, y'all. Like, it's not the end, so this isn't any type of goodbye or anything. But just see you soon. Like that's always what I like to use. And so my jewel for today would be loyalty is everything. If you have somebody who has been down for you since day one, I want you to be cautious, but I want you to also, like reciprocate that energy unless you have a reason to go against that. And if you don't, stay true to that person and stay true to yourself and always display that in any type of situation that you got going on. That's my jewel.
Yes. Thank you, Baby Barack. Thank you, Miss Caitlin. Your last session, it was amazing. Y'all went out with a bang, man. This was definitely a great, great, great session, as always.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Have a good rest of the week. I might pop up on Friday for some reflections, so stay tuned.
Okay.
All right. Bye, y'all.
See y'all. 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 I hope somebody enjoyed that, yo. That was your last Miss Caitlin and Baby Barack session, y'all. Yo, do your surveys, yo. Do your surveys. Click the link in the bio, yo. It's the first link, yo. Click the link in the bio. Do your surveys. Do your surveys. I know, Alicia, this day went by so fast, yo. Normally I'd be so pumped, like, yo, can y'all believe we already at the end of the day? But like, yo, we really are at the end of the day, yo. We are really our work day is over, yo. I got 3 more times to tell y'all this. Kara, you already know where I'm going with it. I only got 3 more times, yo, to fuss at y'all about this, yo. Y'all got 3 more times to hear my mouth about this, yo. And I hope that somebody puts this on repeat next week when you find yourself not having me screaming in your ear, yo. I hope you play it back, yo. But check this out. It's still some daylight outside, yo. It's still some daylight outside. I know that our work day is ending, but this should not be ending your day. This should be starting your day. Don't you dare go and work nowhere, get off of work, and then not put in the work on your goals, yo. Go be productive. Yes, Kara, you already know, yo. Go work on your goals, yo. Go work on your goals. I already know that some of y'all are already thinking in your mind, in your heart, you thinking about all these things that you want to do. You can get them done, but you got to start with creating some goals, yo. Nobody that's successful has gotten anything done, yo. Nobody has accomplished anything great without having goals, yo. And that's why having goals is so important, yo. You gotta go work on your goals. When you get off of this live, it's gonna be so many things competing for your attention. The gang gonna want some of your attention. Some of your friends gonna want some of your attention, yo. TikTok gonna want your attention. Instagram is gonna want your attention. This is where you gotta discipline yourself, yo, and say no. No. I'm buckling down. I'm working on my goals. And look, y'all, I'm going to be real with y'all real quick because I only got 3 more times, yo. I only got 3 more times. I'm going to be real with you, yo. When you first start to smell success, when you first get on this heartbeat train, yo, it feel good. You motivated, you ready to go. But let me tell you something. That motivation eventually wears off. Stuff don't be feeling so good after a while. This is why you need goals, and this is why you got to keep yourself disciplined, because even on the days where you don't feel like getting out of bed, even on the days where you don't feel like working on your goals, if you are disciplined, it ain't going to matter how you feel. You still going to get your butt up and you still going to get it done. You're still going to press forward towards your version of success, whatever that version of success is. And everybody has a different version, yo. But at some point in life, you got to stop making excuses. You got to stop making excuses and you got to start working for what it is that you want, whatever it is that you want. You ain't getting what you wish for, yo. What you wishing for, throw that out the window if you're not about to work for it. You got to work for it. That's the only thing you getting in this life, yo, is what you work for, not what you wish for. And the people that's the most disrespectful is the people that sit up there and pray for something every single day. They praying, but they ain't working. Yo, you need some work with your prayers. You need some work with your wishes, yo. And it starts with those goals, yo. I don't be going horse getting a headache every single day for nothing, yo. Goals are so important. When you don't have goals in life, it's like you just walking around, yo, with no direction. You might as well have a blindfold on trying to get yourself across 695 if you ain't got no goals in life. And like, yo, only got 3 more times to get this headache, yo. I only got 3 more times to get this headache. If you ain't got no goals, that is a bigger problem. That's a way bigger problem if you ain't got no goals. And Kira already told y'all, don't hit me up. You ain't got no goals. Don't be in my DM. Don't call my phone. Don't text me. That's not a conversation I'm having with nobody. I'm not ever having that conversation with nobody, yo. No. Hit up one of these OG heartbeats and let them help you create some goals. And you ain't got to have no crazy goals, y'all. You can start small. I got 3 more times to tell you this, yo. I got 3 more times to tell you this. I hope somebody wrote it down somewhere and not just on a piece of paper that you're going to lose tomorrow. I want you to write this down somewhere where even 20 years from now, this is still going to ring true for you. The journey of a million miles always begins with one step, yo. And even if you've lost your way, you can always start today. Today can always be a new step, yo. Yeah. Get your goals, yo. Get your goals, yo. Go get it done. Go get your goals done, yo. Listen, that's my time for the day, yo. Thank you, Taylor. Somebody wrote it down, yo. That's my time for today. Y'all know where to find me tomorrow morning, y'all. 10 o'clock right here. I'm out of here, y'all.